This story takes place in a world that is forever changed when aliens invade, turning everything into a battlefield. Strength becomes profession, but when it turns out to be a weak one-star rank, the reaction from others is brutal. They laugh out loud, mock him and call him a disgrace, but they have no idea what's coming. His real power awakens later, which is something far beyond what anyone expected. His abilities aren't just strong, they're terrifying. Even the system labels them as forbidden dark spells, and just hearing the name is enough to make you shudder. Others see them as a curse, but he sees an opportunity. He decides that from that moment on, he will rule over everyone else. At the Superpower Academy, 18-year-old Ning Feng is completely immersed in an intense battle on his mobile game. That is, until a sharp slap brings him back to reality. The culprit is Juan Yue, the untouchable goddess of the academy, who is beautiful, rich, talented, and, right now, furious. And honestly, she has a point. The awakening exam is literally about to start, and, instead of preparing, our boy is busy playing games as if his future depends on it. Not that he cares, he already knows he'll awaken some low-level profession, the complete opposite of Yue, who awakened as a 5-star adventurer at 16. He thinks he'll just leech off her success and live a stress-free life. Unfortunately, Yue sees right through his plan. She pulls him closer and starts to choke him. The onlookers murmur at the strange scene after all. Yue is a once-in-a-generation genius, and our hero is, well, the school's resident disappointment. But their strange dynamic makes sense, since they've been childhood friends for years. Now, let's talk about their world. Blue Star, a place where reality and games have merged, and, the moment you turn 16, you get the chance to awaken some cool ability to become an adventurer. And if you fail, well, you're in for a bad time. The protagonist knows this better than anyone, because this is his 3rd time taking the exam. While everyone else excitedly discusses their dream professions, he just stands there waiting for this whole mess to be over. When his turn finally comes, whispers spread through the crowd. Instructor Chigwei gives him an encouraging nod, and he steps forward and places his hand on the awakening crystal. A few tense seconds pass, and a blue light shines, indicating he's awakened a magic profession. But the result is a 1-star adventurer, with some mediocre skill. The teacher here feels bad for him, but the other students waste no time in mocking him. Despite all that, our boy doesn't feel depressed, but rather confused, because the moment he awakened, a system notification popped up and granted him 2 skills. First, one that allows him to use dark power without consequences, and, second, one that lets him cast a forbidden spell once a week, and his mediocre technique also gets upgraded to something else that sounds absolutely terrifying. He has no idea why the system is treating him like the final boss of a horror game, so he just hopes he doesn't get killed in the practical test. The test itself is straightforward, where the candidates enter an arena and fight monsters to get used to their abilities. Attacking each other is forbidden, and drones monitor everything. While the others charge in ready to prove their worth, our hero hides in the bushes. Look, he could try to fight, but his only skill is some dark and forbidden magic, and something tells him that if anyone finds out, things won't end well for him. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, Captain Shao sees him doing absolutely nothing and wonders why this guy is even there. Chigwei tries to defend him and explains his late awakening, poor health, and bad luck. However, Shou isn't buying it. To him, a 1-star adventurer is useless and he wants the protagonist expelled. But before he can make it official, something weird happens. Our boy's drone goes dark and, at the same time, the system detects a massive energy surge in the arena. Shou assumes, instantly, that a high-level monster has appeared and orders an investigation. Back in the forest, things take a turn. A boy is cornered by a horde of goblins and their boss orders a massacre, even destroying the remaining drones just in case. Our hero, who is still hiding, realizes that with the drones gone, he finally has a chance to test his forbidden spell and, well, the results are dramatic. The moment he activates the spell, everything in the monitoring room goes dark, alarms start blaring, and the higher-ups panic. Shou assumes a high-level dark entity has appeared and orders reinforcements and an emergency evacuation. Our hero, on the other hand, watches his spell unfold. The dark energy intensifies and forms a terrifying force that crushes everything in its path. The goblins are annihilated, and their boss looks at the protagonist as if he just witnessed the apocalypse right in front of him, and he ends up meeting the same fate. After that, the system grants experience points to the MC. Our hero looks at his status window and is stunned. His level just went up to 10, something that had never happened in previous combat tests. He assumes most of the experience came from that elite monster. But the real question is, what an elite monster was doing in the secret realm in the first place. Before he can think about it, his eyes fall on the loot and, wow, it doesn't disappoint. The Pioneer's emblem, which permanently increases agility, and a hook claw. Both are glowing in the highly coveted orange grade, which means they are extremely rare and expensive. Selling the claw could make him rich, and he's already daydreaming about swimming in money. But just as he's about to enjoy his future wealth, an announcement calls the candidates back. And then, a sinister dark force suddenly surrounds him and traps appear everywhere. He wastes no time and activates a teleportation scroll to escape, before anyone can ask what the hell just happened. When they regroup, Captain Sho immediately orders everyone back to the city. And, honestly, that's fair. Even if they fought together, they wouldn't stand a chance against whatever is lurking in that realm while they wait for reinforcements. Something even stranger happens when the dark energy vanishes without a trace. The worst part is that the monsters can't leave the secret arena. Sho realizes this is way above her pay grade and decides to report it immediately. Our boy tries to ask something, but she rushes him to leave. On the way, the protagonist finally gets some answers from Juan Yue. It turns out the academy was closed because of the whole mysterious dark power situation. Our hero tries to process whether that unknown force came from the elite monster or if there was something else at play. Yue mistakes his look of deep thought for real emotional trauma and assures him that since his defensive spells aren't good for solo combat, she'll be joining his party starting tomorrow. Our boy appreciates the concern but politely declines. Not because he doesn't want to, obviously, teaming up sounds great, but the real problem is that he can't exactly show off his forbidden dark magic, the only trick up his sleeve. But, her being her, she doesn't give him a choice. She just gives him the time and place and leaves as if the conversation is already over. He calls out to her, but she's already gone. Now he's stuck trying to come up with an excuse to get out of the train. He thinks of a plan, though whether it will work or backfire is another matter entirely. The MC arrives at the trading center with a simple plan. Buy some equipment with a skill, show it to you, and hope the system doesn't turn it into a spell. That's too powerful and apocalyptic. As he looks around, a woman approaches him and suggests he check out some high-level equipment, perfect for leveling up. But our boy isn't here for a long-term investment, he just needs a quick fix. The moment she realizes he's not about to throw around crystal coins like some rich young master, she practically shoos him away and calls a newcomer to handle him. Then comes Yang Xin, the new guide. She takes our hero to the equipment section, where he checks out some items, some of which look like they would completely consume him. After searching for a bit, he finally decides on a ring. With that settled, Xin takes him to Master Wang, the expert at selling things. The MC hands over the claw for appraisal, and Wang examines it thoroughly, then calls a potential buyer. Shortly after, Wang informs him that the deal is done, and after transaction fees, our hero will take home around 50,000 crystal coins. They briefly go over the paperwork, and our hero decides he might as well grab a few more things while he's here. Meanwhile, the woman who snubbed him earlier is busy gossiping with her colleagues. She passionately discusses her type, which is rich, powerful, and of course, easy on the eyes. But then she spots the MC chatting with Wang and realizes, shocked, that this nobody just made more money in a single transaction than her month's worth of commission. The regret on her face is real and, honestly, well-deserved. The next morning, our hero practices his new skills. He had tested them the night before, and thankfully, the system didn't turn them into a dark catastrophe. That means he can actually use them without worrying about triggering an apocalypse. Feeling good, he greets Yue, who introduces him to her guild members, a mage, a sound warrior, a raging berserker, and a priest. It doesn't take a genius to figure out that the mage, Cao Cheng, and the sound warrior don't like him. Cheng, in particular, seems to be focused on Yue, who is close to her second transformation, offering her a high-level potion while bragging about how expensive and rare it is. The MC is momentarily impressed, as it takes a full 30 levels to complete a class breakthrough, so Yue is truly exceptional. But then, Yue rejects the gift, and Cheng's world crumbles a little. He insists and offers her the gift, but Yue has more important things to do. She turns to our guy, and Cheng can't believe it, that a nobody like our hero is wasting Yue's time. He lets out an insult, and Yue warns him to watch his words, but he keeps talking. The MC, who is just standing there, wonders if it would be socially acceptable to cast a forbidden spell on Cheng and call it a day. Cheng's ego is inflating by the second, and the priestess, who probably senses an impending disaster, tries to calm him down, but he quickly shuts her up and throws another insult at our hero. This time, our guy is in no mood to let it slide. He calls Cheng out for bragging about some random potion as if it were a legendary artifact. The Sound Warrior backs Cheng up and challenges the protagonist to prove his worth. Instead of arguing, our hero simply takes out the Pioneer's emblem and hands it to Yue, as if it's no big deal. The whole group is stunned. Our guy wants Yue to take it, saying he found it at home and always planned on giving it to her. He just doesn't want to. Instead, he does what all losers do and accuses our hero of stealing it. Unfortunately, for him, reality doesn't care about his feelings. With no other choice, he swallows his pride and kneels in apology. The MC is now satisfied and leaves with Yue. On the way, Yue apologizes and our guy plays it off, but he suggests she focus on her second transformation and getting into the best university instead of hanging out with him. It's not like he can actually tell her the real reason why he can't level up properly with her around. Then, she hands him a skill book and he gladly accepts it. Later, in the treacherous graveyard of the secret realm, Yue is busy killing zombie-like creatures with her arrows. Our hero is with her too, cheering her on, at least on the outside. On the inside, he's questioning all his life choices. The experience points here are a joke, but he just can't go and tell Yue that he's already at level 10. Just then, Yue's cell phone rings. Her guildmates are calling because a boss monster is about to spawn. The priestess talks to Yue over the call while Cheng chatters in the background. Yue looks at the MC as if seeking approval, and he gives her the go-ahead to leave. She tells him to wait for her in the safe zone before leaving. Now alone, our hero finally has the chance to do what he does best: dive straight into danger. He has recently learned 2 new skills, but thanks to his sad limit of skill slot can only equip 3 at a time, and the fancy skill book Yue gave him is completely useless until he reaches level 15. On the other side of the cemetery, a man reports that the big boss has appeared in the tall tower buried deep within the secret realm. Getting there won't be easy, considering the monsters lurking around, so he warns everyone to be very careful. Just as he finishes, an explosion rocks the area. Looking ahead, they see another team of adventurers already advancing. Of course, it has to be Yue's group. Meanwhile, inside the cemetery, the protagonist is already at the tower, thanks to the forbidden spells. In front of him is the big boss, looking menacing. The boss launches a magic attack at our guy, causing a massive explosion, but our hero easily dodges it. In response, he activates a meteor shower and summons a firestorm from the sky. Another explosion follows and, when the dust settles, our guy smiles. The system bombards him with notifications. Something about a ridiculous kill count, a mountain of experience points, and the grand prize, the final boss has fallen. Now he's at level 32, which means he's ready for his first job advancement. He takes his loot, including some pendants, gems, and most importantly, the emblem. The moment he absorbs it, the system notifies him with another update that, during his class change, he can unlock the hidden necromancer class or attempt the prerequisite quest for the secret archmage profession. He knows very well that hidden professions are extremely rare and can't be acquired like cheap loot, so he starts to suspect that these emblems might be the key. After 2 whole seconds of deep thought, he decides he'll be an archmage. Meanwhile, as Yue's guild continues to fight, a sudden magical fluctuation puts everyone on high alert. Yue immediately orders a retreat. Chen, on the other hand, has a moment of hesitation. Yue reminds him that their teammates' lives actually matter. Chen backs down and complains about his bad luck. Yue tries to contact our hero, only to find a message from him saying he had to leave due to urgent business. After finishing his business in the cemetery, the protagonist arrives at the class change hall. He looks for someone who can help. A woman approaches, registers his details, and guides him to the mage class change room. On his way out, he runs into Captain Shou, who updates him on the cemetery incident. Apparently, something or someone wreaked havoc in the area, and the estimated threat level is, roughly, Demon King class or higher. That's why he's there, to request the intervention of Lone Shadow. Our guy's first task as an archmage is to retrieve the divine emblem from the Radiant Temple, which compared to the Necromancer's mission, which is to infiltrate the Tomb of the Sun to steal the crown, is basically a warm-up round. He has 3 days to complete it, and since it's just a prerequisite, he accepts without much thought and turns to leave the class change hall. As he leaves, a woman says goodbye to him. Oddly, she's not the same one who greeted him earlier, yet he pays it no mind. At the cemetery, the woman from before, Sulan, is there with Captain Shou, but she's not just any investigator. She's the captain of Lone Shadow, a secret organization whose members wield the power of darkness. and carry out mysterious and highly classified missions. Right now, she's analyzing the scene of a recent disaster and senses a dark energy, but she finds no real clues and concludes that whoever caused the destruction has vanished without a trace. Captain Shou suspects this incident is related to the recent strange disturbances in different regions. Sulin isn't so sure about that, but she suggests bringing in more support and asking their superiors for guidance. Another man there shares his theory that maybe the culprit is a monster. She immediately picks up on the underlying implication that he's subtly hinting that the people of Lone Shadow aren't so different from monsters. The man realizes his mistake and quickly apologizes, but the real threat, Sulin explains, isn't something as simple as a common monster. It's beyond even Demon King-level beings, something far more powerful than a normal human can handle. It's lurking in the shadows, and they need to find it before it decides to make a grand comeback. At the same time, our hero is in his apartment, checking out his newly unlocked skills. Now that he's reached level 30, he has 4 additional skill slots, which means it's time to use those books Yue gave him, instead of letting them collect dust. The first skill automatically merges with the forbidden spell and transforms into a shield spell. It's a passive skill that activates when he takes damage and absorbs attacks up to a certain limit. Next, he checks the second one, which also combines with forbidden spells and increases his earth spells by a certain percentage, which is all well and good, but still not enough for him. So, he decides to go to the exchange center to get some additional skill books the next day. The protagonist arrives at the exchange center, only to be immediately ambushed by the same woman who previously refused to help him. This time, however, she suddenly got all the enthusiasm in the world to help. Our guy asks for Yang Xin, but the woman conveniently claims that Xin is busy assisting another client. Instead, she offers to guide him personally. Our hero declines and decides to look on his own. As expected, this doesn't sit well. The woman's mood instantly sours. She makes another attempt, but thankfully, Xin arrives. It turns out Xin wasn't busy with another client, she just had lunch. After hearing the MC has arrived, she rushes over and he, feeling a bit guilty, offers to treat her to a meal later. The clingy woman watching the whole thing looks like she's about to explode from sheer frustration. Our guy then sells 2 skill books to Wong and asks for more mage skill books. Meanwhile, Wong is getting more and more suspicious. The items our hero has brought in before and now are not ordinary, and now he's very curious about where he's getting them from. Instead of just ignoring it, he decides to investigate the protagonist's background. Later that night, our guy and Xin have dinner together. When they're done, he asks for the check only to find out that Xin has already paid. He asks why, but she just smiles and keeps it a secret. He then offers to walk her home, but she politely declines, as she has to go somewhere else. Her actual destination is the hospital where her father is admitted. Thanks to the commission she earned from helping our hero, she has just enough to cover his medical expenses for 1 month, but unfortunately, life has other plans. Midway through her trip, something goes terribly wrong. Suddenly, monsters appear inside the safe zone. She gets out of the taxi and looks at them in shock. Xin is a 1-star mage and does her best to fight the monsters, but let's be real, her best isn't good enough. She barely manages to hold her ground before one of the creatures decides to make her its next meal. Just as it's about to strike, a sword cuts through the air and effortlessly takes it down. It's Captain Shou, and he takes one look at the chaos around him, and immediately knows things have taken a turn for the worse. The secret realm is merging with reality, and these monsters are way out of a 1-star's league. His mind flashes back to the previous conversation about the ridiculously powerful monster hiding in the city causing destruction. Before he can think too much about it, an attack comes flying his way. He dodges just in time and turns to see a man standing before him, who radiates so much arrogance he could be mistaken for a self-proclaimed villain. Shou assumes he's a mutant, but the guy takes it as an offense. He insists he is the chosen one of darkness. Shou doesn't know what kind of fantasy novel this guy came out of, but there's no time to debate. He attacks, but the man counters with so much force that Shou is sent flying. The self-proclaimed Dark Lord then announces that this city belongs to him now and charges again. Shou barely has a chance to react, before getting blasted away. As he struggles to get up, the guy starts boasting about his greatness. But before his ego gets any bigger, a voice, his power is not his own, but something that has been bestowed upon him. If he wants to prove his worth, he has to sacrifice every single person in the city, and the guy accepts the order immediately. Meanwhile, the protagonist casually walks out of a public restroom only to find himself in a full-blown monster apocalypse. Dead bodies, destruction, and chaos. It's just a mess. A monster spots him and decides he'd make a great snack. It pounces, only to be run through in the air by our guy's earth magic. Then he soon finds Captain Joe, who was beaten half to death, and is being held by the dark power user. The guy wastes no time and lunges at our hero and swings his massive claw. The protagonist, however, easily blocks it. It is then that the spooky voice takes notice of him, realizing that our guy's power is truly threatening, unlike its supposed chosen one. Our hero, on the other hand, debates whether to use a forbidden spell. After a brief moment, he decides to go for it and shatters the guy's claw, effortlessly freeing himself. Now, completely panicked, the man calls to his master for help, but the entity has apparently decided he's no longer worth the effort, withdrawing all the remaining monsters and abandoning him on the spot. And now it's just him and the MC, with no borrowed power for the poor guy to hide behind. The so-called mutants are a special race, people who during their awakening get lucky and obtain a hidden profession linked to darkness. It's a fancy way of saying they're stronger than normal people at the same level. But of course, without the protection of the darkness, they would die. Our guy, after finishing off one of these unfortunate souls, decides not to waste any time and quickly loots the guy before heading home. Meanwhile, a young woman informs Lan that the monsters have retreated and the secret realm's gate has magically disappeared. Lan is plunged into deep thought. The past few days have been one strange incident after another, with events appearing out of nowhere and vanishing just as quickly. She has no idea what they are planning. The girl continues, saying that most areas are under control, but the south side has taken a serious hit. Casualties are high, and the status of their team there is mysteriously unaccounted for. Lan decides she'd rather see the disaster for herself and head south, which is Captain Joe's territory. In the south, the so-called Chosen One has been turned into a statue, with his stomach looking like someone used it for target practice. A man named Juan arrives and notices that everything of value has been looted. Just then Lan appears and Juan introduces himself as a member of an organization, composed entirely of fighters who operate in the shadows. Lan is well aware of their reputation. Juan wastes no time explaining that the corpse in front of them had been one of their own, until he betrayed them. He's the one who helped the secret realm break into reality, which led to a monster ambush that wiped out their entire camp. Well, almost. A lucky few managed to escape. As for who put an end to the traitor, it remains a mystery. Lan can't help but feel that something is wrong. Captain Joe has the strength of a third transformation, yet his entire army has been turned into a tragic war story. That can only mean one thing. There is someone or something powerful enough to not only eliminate the enemy, but also to block the invasion from the secret realm. Before she can think more on it, Juan retreats because he has something important to find. Back at the MC's apartment, he's in a fantastic mood. As he goes through his newly acquired loot, which includes a high-quality garment, orange-grade armor, and a mysterious pendant with unknown properties. He just hopes it isn't linked to an ancient deity or worse, something even more annoying. Little does he know that inside the pendant, a sinister figure is watching him. The same spooky entity from before is looking into a crystal ball that is somehow linked to the pendant, allowing it to spy on our hero. But the moment our guy mentions the possibility of an ancient deity being involved, the entity absolutely loses its cool. In an immediate panic, it gives orders to cut all communication and hide its location, as if their lives depend on it, which, knowing ancient deities, they probably do. At the hospital, Captain Joe is wrapped in bandages from head to toe, looking like a mummy with a broken leg. He recounts what happened, and how his certain doom was interrupted by a young fighter who appeared out of nowhere, scaring the enemy into fleeing like cockroaches when you flip on a light. Of this mysterious figure, they have checked the scene and found nothing special, only traces of basic magic. Joe hopes this unknown person will join their side. Another man from before suggests that the mysterious person could be a mutant. Joe, however, dismisses that idea as simply overthinking it. Our guy arrived. A few days earlier, Duan visited Wong at the trade center looking to buy a quarter of a transformation fighter set. As they talk, the same woman our hero previously rejected now eyes Duan as if he's her backup retirement plan. Wong mentions to Duan that one of his regular customers has bought the same set, who is obviously none other than the MC. Now, curious, Duan wants to meet him, but he can't, since our guy won't be coming in that day. As Wong describes the outfit, a simple shirt and pants set, Duan's instincts scream legacy item alert. He's convinced this set has ties to his master and decides to pay Wong for our hero's whereabouts. Wong, however, wasn't born yesterday. He finds it suspicious that Duan magically showed up right after the MC talked about selling the suit. Is this a setup? A weird coincidence? Regardless, Wong isn't willing to reveal everything immediately. Instead, he buys some time with the excuse of calling our guy first. After Duan leaves, Wang can't shake his unease. When the nosy woman asks what's up, he shares what he's learned about our hero. It turns out the protagonist's parents were just two average professionals who disappeared in an accident, leaving him all alone. Our guy then attended in a school and only awakened a one-star profession at 18 years old. The real problem is that someone with that kind of background shouldn't be bringing in the high-quality items he's been selling. Yui's guild isn't helping him much either, so unless he has a fairy godmother handing him treasures, there are only two possibilities. Either he's stolen them or somehow got involved with someone out of his league. Back at the temple, Duan continues his little surveillance mission. He finds it baffling how our hero, who barely looks like he's out of his school uniform, managed to repel an invasion of the secret realm, especially when even his master, a powerhouse, has lost to the realm's boss. According to the reports he's heard, if the protagonist isn't absurdly strong himself, then someone backing him definitely is. Either way, Duan isn't willing to take any chances. Our guy, on the other hand, watches other fighters battle the monsters and starts changing his gear. Duan braces himself for a dramatic transformation, maybe some shiny armor or an aura of destruction. Instead, our hero ends up looking like, well, a normal student. Now, Duan suspects the protagonist might try to shake him off, so he decides to play it smart. Since tailing him closely isn't an option, he uses a skill to mark our hero's location, just stunned, and, as if that wasn't weird enough, all the surrounding monsters take one look at the protagonist and flee in terror. Then, our guy comes across a huge man who's completely frozen and sweating buckets. A quick check of his task guide tells him this guy isn't even important, so he just walks past him. Going deeper, he reaches a hidden chamber where a six-winged angel is standing. The moment the angel sees him, it does the most unexpected thing and runs. Our hero is confused. He was expecting a big battle, but instead, the angel, the supposed temple boss, tries to flee. Unfortunately for the angel, there's nowhere to go. The protagonist decides to end this, summoning a thunderstorm over the tower. A moment later, a lightning bolt strikes down and engulfs the angel. The temple collapses, and Duan is left standing there in shock. Our hero isn't celebrating either, since, despite everything, his rank refuses to advance because he hasn't gone through the first transformation yet, and all those experience points are completely useless. The only real victory is the emblem, divine emblem he got after defeating the boss, which means the task is officially complete. With nothing left to gain there, he decides to leave. That's the plan, at least until Duan comes running at him like a madman. Our hero flinches, as the last thing he needs right now is for someone to discover his dark power. But before he can even process the situation, Duan looks at him with a strange mix of awe and concern, assuming that the protagonist, he's the mastermind behind this whole thing. Duan offers to explain, but before they can even start, a siren goes off. Our guy pulls out a teleportation scroll, since it's best to get out of there first and talk later. Once they land in a quieter area, Duan finally spills everything. His master sacrificed his life to seal an invading realm, only for a traitor to get away, and that traitor has been using humans as sacrifices for years to break the seal. Duan has been hunting him, but he's come up with nothing. While Duan keeps chatting, our hero is lost in his own thoughts. But not because of the tragic betrayal, no. He's too busy worrying about his low level. If he doesn't rank up soon, his hidden dark powers might be exposed. And that's a whole other problem. The MC's serious expression looks intimidating to Duan, and he assumes he's about to be executed. To smooth things over, Duan thanks him and even offers his help anytime. Our guy sees some potential in him. But first things first, he makes it very clear that Duan needs to keep his mouth shut about the day's events. Surprisingly, Duan has no problem with that. In his mind, our hero's dark magic isn't the issue. After all, he saved the city. Besides, he has nowhere else to go, so he decides to follow the protagonist. As they start to move, our guy's phone buzzes. Chue calls to let him know she needs to talk, and then hangs up. She's with Lan and catches her up on our hero's return. Lan has been investigating and found out that our guy has reached his first level of transformation. She tries to vouch for our hero's good character, but Lan isn't willing to take her word for it, as she needs answers, not personal references. Earlier, during a meeting, Lan brings up the destruction in Shinjuku City and suggests it might be the work of mutants. An older man there questions why everyone knows dark powers come at a cost, a toll on their life, a loss of sanity, or, if they're very unlucky, turning into some kind of unspeakable horror. According to him, a mutant with power, equivalent to a Demon King level threat, simply doesn't exist. Another man scoffs at her concern, calling it fiction, but she's not there to entertain them, just to point out possibilities, and whether they listen or not is their problem. The man mocks her further, and even offers to cut off his own head if she turns out to be right. The old man continues with the city's investigation, which is already underway, but the higher-ups have rejected the lone wolf's request for additional support. Lan takes it as a lack of trust, but the man insists she just needs to be patient. Just then, a young woman enters, running into the room with a report that there was an attack on the Radiant Temple, but thankfully, there are no fatalities. Returning to their conversation, Chi deduces that the MC's leveling spot was registered at the Radiant Temple. Now there's Longbow City, which is sealed under a barrier, though it doesn't sound exactly convincing. Our guy finally connects the dots. The little ruckus he caused earlier turned out to be a bit stronger than he thought. Strong enough to trigger the city's highest-level security alert. Now, all he can do is wait for things to calm down, and then go home like nothing happened. But, unfortunately, the universe has other plans. Outside the barrier, monsters are gathering, eyeing the humans, and the so-called powerful barrier, advertised as the ultimate protection, shatters. The monsters pour in, and in an instant, the city is in chaos. People are screaming, shoving, and running for their lives. Duan informs the MC about the other city that was attacked the same way last night, and turns to our guy for suggestions. Our hero, on the other hand, thinks Duan has everything under control and is just being polite. The miscommunication builds, and before anyone can correct it, Duan decides this is a test, and the MC is waiting to see what he's capable of. So, without further discussion, he takes the lead. Meanwhile, our guy isn't exactly worried. There are too many people around, too much attention. Letting Duan handle it seems like the best option. The guards try to fight back, but they don't even get close before being torn apart. The monster leader, seeing this pitiful display, is more than disappointed. If this is the best humanity has to offer, he might as well take it out on them. Just as his attack is about to land, the one blocks it. Not because he's deeply concerned for the city, no, he's too busy, fantasizing about proving himself to the MC. On the other hand, our guy is trying not to cringe at how seriously Duan keeps calling him master. The monster leader finally finds someone worthwhile, but that enthusiasm dies down quickly. Duan makes his move and the leader is cut down. The crowd watches and no one had expected this level of power and, honestly, Duan is just too strong. He's above level 130, a secret warrior, with a high-star hidden profession. Even our guy has to admit it's something, though whether he's admiring the strength or questioning how this lunatic ended up under his wing is another question entirely. The Dark Lord decides it's the perfect time to retreat, since the monster leader is out of the picture. Duan turns to our hero and awaits further instructions, but the MC is already satisfied with his efforts. Then, Duan hands over the orange-colored loot, dropped by the monster leader. Our guy saves the skill book for Juve and decides to sell the shield for some much-needed cash. Just as they're wrapping things up, a priest appears along with a knight who looks injured. They express their gratitude, as they should, before another figure approaches. It's Chi Dongming, the mayor of Longbow City. One look at our hero and Duan, and Dongming immediately realizes they're not from around here. The MC concocts a story about how they're on a business trip and just happen to get caught up in this whole mess. Unfortunately, Dongming completely misreads the situation and assumes our guy is blaming them for the barrier. The man actually bows and apologizes, which is ironic, considering our hero knows full well this disaster is entirely his fault. He graciously reassures Dongming, saying it's not their fault. To make up for the inconvenience, Dongming offers a flight scroll, an item so valuable that even the protagonist has to hold back from looking too impressed. He then invites them to stay in the city for a few more days, citing the current troubles and the shortage of defense forces. But our guy declines, as he has to handle the profession change quest, which is only open for a few days, and isn't willing to miss his first transformation. Dongming then presents him with a black card as a token of gratitude. Our hero recognizes it as something from an organization ridiculously powerful and gratefully accepts it. With that, they all part on good terms, and the protagonist and Duan make their exit. Back in Chenyu City, the members of Yue's guild are gathered outside the profession change hall, waiting for Yue and Chen to return. Just as they come out, our guy and Duan conveniently soar above them in the sky. Yue senses our hero's presence, but before he can continue his comedy act, Yue shuts him up with a piercing glare. Chen just doesn't get it. What does our hero have? That he doesn't? A flight scroll? A better fashion sense? A secret treasure? The mystery remains. The priestess girl wisely changes the subject to his second transformation. His A rank is revealed. He's clearly not thrilled, but the Sound Warrior and the Raging Berserker cheer him on and do their best to keep his ego intact. Then, all eyes turn to Yue. Unlike Chen, she says nothing. Her silence raises concern, and the priestess girl gently prods her for an answer. Chen, with his small brain, assumes the worst, that Yue must have gotten a low grade and is too embarrassed to admit it. He reassures her that she can always count on him. Yue, finally fed up with his assumptions, drops the bomb that he shouldn't be worrying about her level, but his own. Because while he's at an A, she has achieved an S. The moment she says it, the entire group freezes. Chen, who has been enjoying his supposed superiority, is suddenly speechless, and the best part is that Yue didn't mention it before because her mission has unlocked a hidden profession, one so rare that even she had never heard of it before. Chen is having a hard time wrapping his head around this. A profession is always determined upon awakening, yet somehow, Yue has just unlocked a hidden one mid-change. It all started earlier when Yue was in the profession changing room. She received a pioneer emblem from our boy, which was supposedly a simple gift, but when she uses it, her profession changes from Swift Archer to Vanguard Shadow. At first, she's confused, then she's still confused, and finally, she comes to a groundbreaking conclusion that our hero must have known this would happen when he gave her the emblem, without thinking too much. Or well, without thinking at all, she accepts the change. Now she's explaining all this to the others. Chen refuses to believe it. Yue, however, doesn't have the patience for his paranoia. The rest of the group ignores him as Chen quietly seethes in the background. Determined to prove himself right, he secretly decides to track the emblem. Meanwhile, inside the profession changing room, the MC is having a much smoother experience. He offers his newly acquired divine emblem, and just like that, his stats skyrocket. New skills unlock, and he can now wield forbidden spells with pinpoint accuracy. Outside, Duane is waiting, standing guard. Su Lam passes by and sees him. She already knows Duane is incredibly strong, but she's even more intrigued by what she's heard from the staff. Duane isn't just strong, he's practically our boy's shadow, following him and showing him an unusual level of respect. She senses something interesting is going on, and updates Chi through her earpiece. Chi, however, isn't worried at all and assures Lan that our hero is on their side. She decides she'd rather get answers straight from the source and goes directly to the MC. Duane steps aside. Chi gets straight to the point and knows that our boy has already completed his first transformation. Our hero is taken aback. He takes a moment and then decides to just admit it. Chi has always looked out for him, so there's no harm in coming clean. She then shifts the conversation to a much bigger issue, the power of darkness. Many people are slowly mutating because of it, and she wants to make sure that our boy isn't one of them. The protagonist, for his part, assures her that he has no interest in joining the mutant club. Those guys are under constant surveillance by the authorities, and he'd rather not have that level of attention. However, she's not entirely convinced. She shows him a crystal and explains that it's used to detect traces of darkness. All he has to do is inject his power into it. He hesitates and she notices, but she waits. In the end, this magic crystal is supposed to measure corruption. A slight tremor means mild contamination. A violent shake means a serious problem, but an explosion, Lan conveniently forgot to mention what that meant. The MC asks her to trust him, since they've known each other for a long time. His words strike a chord and, for a moment, she finds herself wavering, remembering her tragic past, but duty calls. She has to report what happened, no matter how guilty she feels about it. Our boy understands, of course, but that doesn't mean he isn't worried. If things go south, he's already considering packing his bags and leaving Chenyu City. Before they part ways, Chi hands him a skill book, a gift for his awakening. Our hero, in return, gives her the sacred wing, a token of appreciation for always supporting him. With that, he leaves, giving her no choice but to accept it. Later, Chi arrives at the adventurer's office to report to Lan. She worries that the authorities might see the MC as a threat. But Lan thinks that since he's already beyond their understanding, provoking him is probably a terrible idea altogether. Instead, she decides it's better to negotiate than to provoke him. She orders a halt to any investigation and seals all information related to our boy. The guy, in part, shares the same thoughts. Lan then decides to shift the focus to Duan. Our hero, on the other hand, returns to his apartment with Duan. Looking less than thrilled, Duan notices it immediately. The MC shares that Chi sent him a message saying the authorities have officially closed their investigation. But he's worried about future level-ups. Every time he destroys a secret realm, it causes a stir, and it's only a matter of time before the higher-ups start connecting the dots. Duan, who is now completely convinced that our hero operates on a wavelength, completely different from the rest of humanity, offers a solution to train in unregistered areas. Some are off the grid simply because the authorities don't have the resources to manage them, while others are conveniently occupied by evil forces. Duan already knows 2 of those places and can find more if needed. Our guy leaves it to him and plans to go to the trading center the next day to sell his loot, take a breather and pretend to be a normal person for a while. After that, Duan heads to a hotel for the night, planning to find a rental the next day. But before he can enjoy his well-deserved rest, the city's mayor, Shang Gi, shows up. The man asks about Duan's plan to stay in the city. When Duan confirms it, Shang Gi offers him a high-privilege city card, along with an offer of additional assistance. While Duan examines the card, Shang Gi is panicking internally, as Duan has rejected countless cities trying to recruit him. What Shang Gi doesn't know is that Duan's decision has nothing to do with the city itself. It's all because of the MC. Meanwhile, for securing such a valuable asset for the city's security, our guy has been glued to his game for so long that he doesn't even realize how much time has passed. It's only when he finally takes a breather that he notices the class group chat is still blowing up. Out of curiosity, he opens it and finds that everyone is stressing out about power levels, evolving their abilities, and, of course, the dreaded college entrance exam, which expects you to have gone through at least one transformation by now. The irony is, he used to be the guy who couldn't care less about any of that nonsense. Yet somehow, in just a few days, he has surpassed the entire group without even trying. Then, out of nowhere, some wannabe decides it's the perfect time to mock him for wasting time playing games. Chi leaves him a message to just ignore the loudmouth, and just as things start to calm down, someone breaks the news of a secret realm invasion. That's when he starts to regret that he really should have taken care of that creepy, dark entity when he had the chance. Funnily enough, somewhere in the shadows, that very same entity sneezes. The next morning, at the trading center, the woman scolds Shin for dragging himself to work despite his injuries, and because being annoying is her full-time job, she decides to throw some insults at our hero too. Shin, of course, defends him, but the woman is feeling especially confident today and starts bringing up the protagonist's past just to mock him. Before the scene can escalate any further, the ground suddenly rises right next to her and she barely dodges in time. Guess who just walked in? Our guy, who clearly heard everything and decided silence wasn't an option. The woman now realizes that karma works fast and switches to victim mode. She screams for the guards as if her life depends on it. Shin urges our hero to leave before things get worse, but the protagonist just tells him not to worry. Right on cue, Wong shows up with the guards, acting all high and mighty. Our guy wastes no time and directly confronts him for snooping around, investigating him like some low-budget detective, and even calling him a thief. Wong, of course, pretends he's too important to answer and orders the guards to arrest him. Too bad for him. Our hero whips out the Supreme Black card. The second the guards see it, they practically freeze in their tracks, and Wong and the woman are left absolutely stunned. But Wong still desperately clings to his pride and demands to know how the MC got such a card. Our guy just tells him to investigate it himself, since Wong is apparently a master at it. Wong gets frustrated and tells the woman to watch the MC while he calls someone outside. People are confused by the guards blocking the way. Meanwhile, Dong Ming, who has already received the news from headquarters, contacts Wong for details. Wong now realizes he's in deep trouble and plays it off as a misunderstanding. Unfortunately for him, Dong Ming isn't buying it. Furious, he yells at Wong for offending the MC, because, apparently, he's someone he has gone to ridiculous lengths to build a good relationship with. Not wanting to be crushed by his own stupidity, Wong decides to change tactics. He stands there stunned, probably rethinking all his life choices. Then, in a last-ditch effort, desperate to salvage the situation, he decides to call Duan and hopes to drag him into the mess to save himself. Our hero and Shin are waiting at the exchange center when Dong Ming and Duan suddenly arrive. Their sharp glares make the woman flinch, as if she's just realized she messed with the wrong people. She turns to Wong, who looks like he's run a marathon in heavy armor. Dong Ming, after confirming that our guy isn't interested in their apologies, orders Wong and the woman to get lost. Wong decides to take his frustration out on the woman and hits her. Not that Dong Ming has time for their drama. He just signals the guards to take out the trash. With that nonsense settled, they get comfortable and Shin serves the MC some tea. Dong Ming notices that Shin and our hero seem quite comfortable with each other, while Shin, on the other hand, seems almost amazed by the fact that someone so young, like our guy, has connections with such powerful figures. As they chat, Dong Ming brings up the treasure catalog the MC had been looking at earlier. When asked Our hero explains that he was looking for an endgame relic. That earns him a couple of confused looks. Seeing their expressions, he clarifies that he saw it online and thought it sounded cool and mysterious. Last night, our guy finally checks out the skillbook Wei gifted him. It turns out to be something mages use to temporarily restore mana during battles. He tries it out, and the system mentions the endgame relic without any real explanation. With no other choice, the protagonist decides to figure it out later and calls it a night. Fast forward to the present, Dongming invites Duan and our hero to visit the city of Longbow, and then uses a flight scroll to leave. As he leaves, our guy decides it's time to eat, and Duan suggests they go to his place. They are now at Duan's villa, and the MC marvels at the luxury and gets a suggestion from Duan to move in. But our hero wants to save up and buy a place nearby instead. Duan even offers to lend him money, but he's not interested in charity. He's earned quite a few crystal coins from selling gear that he could convert to buy a villa now, but that would drain most of his savings, so he decides to take it easy while they have their tea. Duan has already called for the chefs, but then his phone rings. It's Chang Ji, who informs him that the investigation team looking into the recent disasters in the city wants to question him. Duan knows this could affect the protagonist and decides to get our hero's opinion first. For now, he tells Chang that he's unavailable. When he brings it up with our guy, the protagonist has no idea what kind of people in the investigation team are. A meeting of high-ranking officials is underway about a mysterious hero who apparently saved Qinyu City, but no one saw him. However, the rumor is spreading like wildfire, as if he were some legendary savior. One of the guys in the room thinks what half of them are thinking. It all sounds like a load of nonsense. Shulin tries to explain that maybe it's because the invasion ended so suddenly and all the mutants were wiped out overnight. But the man isn't convinced. He argues that just because the attack stopped doesn't mean it proves anything. Besides, some of the recent attacks were beyond the Demon King level, and monsters that strong don't just vanish without a trace. Qi is observing the whole affair, and she knows exactly why Lan is under pressure. She had secretly erased all the records about the hero to keep his name out of this mess, and now she's the one dealing with the consequences. Just then, Chang comes in and announces that Duan won't be coming. That's the last straw. For the already frustrated man, first, the so-called hero is missing, and now the investigator is too. He's fed up and decides to take full control of the investigation. Later, the same man arrives at Highway's tomb, a hidden site in the secret realm. He's there to investigate, although investigating might be a generous term for whatever he's about to do. The air is thick with the remnants of a dark power, and the man does the unexpected. His eyes light up, and before anyone can stop him, he's already basking in the ominous energy with a monster standing before him. At Dwayne's mansion, our boy is deep in concentration on his mobile game, but just as he's about to win, the system alerts him about the final relic. He feels someone connecting through his aura and shifts his focus to pinpoint the location. He then grabs his jacket and gets ready to head out. Duan walks in just in time to catch him on his way out. The MC hands him the phone to finish the game round while he's gone. On his way to the cemetery, our hero notices that the location of the relics on the map is moving. Meanwhile, at the cemetery entrance, the guards are already on edge. A monster has appeared, and its body is a disgusting mix of weird and wrong things, with the man clearly trapped inside. The poor guy is pleading for help. Meanwhile, traffic has come to a complete standstill thanks to the chaos. The MC gets out of his cab to move on his own. Back at the cemetery, Elan and her assistant arrive only to freeze at the sight of the monster, which is worse than they expected. Lan is lying on Key's lap, looking injured. Key is working at full speed using the high-tech equipment our boy provided. But even with all that, Lan's injuries are too much to handle. Lan tries to sit up, and Key updates her with the bad news that the monster is now heading straight for the city center. Duan has been summoned by the mayor, but Lan knows that Duan is strong, no doubt. But against that thing, he'll just be buying time. The only real hope is our hero, and as if the universe was listening, the protagonist runs into the monster. The beast lunges forward and smacks face first into a defensive barrier. It freezes, confused. The system makes our hero an interesting offer to absorb the monster, and the protagonist accepts. The moment he accepts, an incredible surge of strength floods him, and all his stats skyrocket. But along with that boost comes something strange. Random images flash through his mind, critical and unsettling. Dwayne arrives just after the action is over, and our boy informs him that the monster is handled. Before Dwayne notices a man lying nearby who looks questionably dead, and before he can think too much about it, the MC leaves the cleanup to him and takes off. Later, at the Kinju City prison, the man is locked up and has apparently decided to spill the real truth. It turns out he found a demon in a secret realm. He thought it was a good idea to play with dark powers, and that's how things got out of hand. Now, the whole city is convinced that some mysterious hero is watching over them. Changyi wonders if Duane has ever seen this hero, and Duane nods. Then, Changyi approaches Duane with a request. He wants an introduction to the supposed hero. His grand plan is to bribe the guy into staying in the city forever, catering to all their needs. But Duane shuts him down immediately. The hero barely shows up and doesn't seem like the type to settle down. And, well, there is no hero. Duane and the MC were smart enough to pin all the credit on a non-existent figure. Without any proof, Changyi couldn't find even a shadow. To make it sound even more convincing, Duane assures him that the hero has family in Chinyu City to look after. A complete lie, obviously, but it sounds official, at least to Yi. Yi and Lan back him up, saying the MC doesn't want to be bothered. The supposed final relics turn out to be just the remnants of ancient demon lords from a secret realm, the dramatic images that flashed in his mind. What he got before are nothing but leftover memories of a dead Dark Lord. He almost feels ripped off, but he has no interest in becoming some great Lord of Realms. Anyway, he has a different plan. He knows that these realms are drowning in dark power, and he keeps leveling up. Once the invaded timeline can no longer handle it, it'll be game over. Right now, in his timeline, only a handful of people can reach the 4th transformation, and that's mainly because their cultivation path is a mess. To make matters worse, their professions aren't exactly optimized for survival. That's how much he's managed to extract from the Demon Lord's memories. If things continue like this, humanity is basically doomed. Sure, he's strong enough to survive, but what's the point of being the last man standing in a monster-infested wasteland? Fortunately, not all timelines are failing this badly. Some have managed to fight back. That gives him an idea to gather more remnants, to unearth and useful knowledge and spread it. He just needs to be smart about it, unless he wants to end up with a target on his back. Just then, his phone rings, and Yue is calling, offering to treat him to dinner. Well, at least something is going right today. He accepts, obviously. Before that, however, her guild members are throwing a small celebration for her and Chen, both of whom have reached the 2nd transformation. Chen shares that he's booked a private room at a nice restaurant for the occasion. Too bad Yue already has plans with our boy and suggests postponing the celebration to the next night and leaves. Chen doesn't take it well. He accuses her of acting high and mighty. The MC tries the roasted lamb and savors it like it's the best thing that's happened to him all day, which, given what a disaster his life has been lately, might actually be true. Yue has just shared the whole story about the hidden profession with him, and now he's lost in thought. While going through the Demon Lord's memories, he realized that the professional awakeners, and even the slaves of the past, never truly reached their full potential. If history failed them, maybe the emblems are the key to fixing that. But Yue doesn't seem thrilled, more like disappointed, because she had planned to buy the emblems for him and her guild. Still, she insists that he can't just slack off, but needs to level up and be able to protect himself. The protagonist, of course, sees an opportunity to be a menace. Since leveling up alone is too much work, having her around to protect him is more than enough. Yue wasn't expecting that, but before she can argue, she flinches in pain. Right, she got injured while completing a mission and, instead of mentioning it earlier, she just stood there suffering in silence. Before our hero can say anything, his phone rings. He answers, and the voice on the other end isn't exactly friendly. The caller demands to know where he got the emblem and, judging by their tone, they're not asking out of curiosity. Our boy simply hangs up. When he tells Yu about it, her eyes widen in surprise. She hasn't told anyone about the emblem, so something weird is going on. Before they can process it, the phone rings again. This time, the caller sounds downright furious. The protagonist again doesn't feel like dealing with it and ends the call. They finish eating and part ways shortly after. When our hero gets back to his apartment, he knows something is wrong. His place looks like it was hit by a tornado, with overturned furniture and things everywhere, and then he sees him. A man is standing in the middle of the mess. Our boy recognizes him immediately. It's the same guy who called earlier. The protagonist senses the attack coming from behind, but without even blinking, he effortlessly dodges it. He then shoves the attacker against the wall and slams him to the ground. The guy who witnessed the whole thing is completely stunned. The MC looks at him and makes it clear that respect for strength comes first, and only then should any conversation follow. The man, now looking like a confused chicken, wonders what went wrong. After all, the reports clearly stated our hero was supposed to be weak. Too bad for him, because thanks to a huge boost in his stats, the protagonist now moves like a breeze and reacts even faster and, without using spells, he can handle these situations with no problem. The guy makes one last desperate attempt to attack. When that also fails miserably, he starts running for his life, sprinting towards the balcony, and jumps, probably thinking he'll escape, but our guy grabs his leg midair and drags him back inside. There's no way he's letting him go after he trashed his apartment. Now both men are in front of our hero, beaten, humiliated, and in their underwear, because they've handed over everything they had, in exchange for mercy. The protagonist demands answers. It turns out Chen was the mastermind behind this mess, who hired them to dig up dirt on our guy. But since he was the one who started this mess, our hero has no intention of letting him get away without consequences. He then uses a forbidden, mind-altering spell on them. Meanwhile, Chen is with the shield warrior, probably feeling pretty confident about his plan to send people after the protagonist. His other brilliant plan was to teach Yue a lesson during their last mission. To do this, he let the boss monster run wild to scare her, so he could step in, play the hero, and soak up the glory. Too bad Yue had other ideas, as she risked injury and took down the monster herself. Just then, one of Chen's spies walks in. Chen, eager to hear what information he uncovered, demands a report. But instead of answering, the man who overheard part of their conversation asks about Yue first. The man tightens his grip and around Chen's and the shield warrior's necks, but he's not really in charge. Our hero is furious about what they did to Yue and is pulling the strings. He's in no rush to end their lives too quickly. After all, that would be too kind. Instead, he casts a spell that messes with their minds and their very being until they all turn to dust. That was convenient for him, as there will be no evidence or mess for him to clean up. But all this makes one thing clear. His neighborhood isn't that safe. High-level awakened can come and go as they please, and while he could deal with them, he can't stay home watching the place 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. If these idiots had found the knowledge he got from the Demon Lord's memories, it would have been a nightmare. Luckily, he hadn't started sorting through that information yet. Not that it mattered now, as he needed to move to a place less welcoming to uninvited guests. Duan's place seemed like the perfect fortress. Now, at Duan's house, the protagonist explains everything, and as expected, Duan explodes with rage. He's ready to go hunt down some men and teach any other lurking threats a lesson. Our guy, on the other hand, has more practical concerns. He needs an alchemist, someone skilled, trustworthy, and preferably not part of a gossip-loving guild. Duan knows plenty of talented alchemists, but they're all tied to large organizations, which means too many ears and too much risk. Our hero knows from the memories of the Demon Lord that they had quite a few top-tier alchemists, and their potions were far beyond what the world has now. He has access to some of their recipes, but without a professional to interpret them, he might as well be looking at ancient poetry. And after what happened that day, the last thing he wants is to attract more greedy flies like Chen. The next morning, the MC learns through Yue that she knows just the guy he's looking for. Yeah, our guy has permanently solved for Yue, since Chen won't be fighting with anyone ever again. When Yue asks why he's suddenly interested in an alchemist, our hero gives a bunch of vague excuses. She doesn't buy it, but she lets it slide. Later, the MC meets with Shiwei while Yue and Shedding wait outside. Shiwei examines the recipes and notes that while the ingredients aren't particularly rare, the refinement method is complex, intricate, and nothing like he's ever seen before. Then, our guy shares that this potion can boost experience gain by 100%. Hearing that, Shiwei freezes in shock. The most expensive potions on the market barely reach 40%, and now there's a formula for one that maximizes the effect. If this gets out, low-level professionals could climb the ranks quite easily and in no time. Shiwei asks the MC to wait as he rushes upstairs to conduct the very important test, leaving Scheiding in charge of the tea. So the three of them sit, drink, and chat, a normal and quiet moment. That is until some very suspicious noises start echoing from upstairs. They run upstairs only to find one of Gui's experimental slugs escaping, and then, amidst the chaos, Gui steps forward, glowing like a mad scientist, and announces the experiment's success. He had tested a bit of the potion on the slug and gained experience at full efficiency. The guy who practically worships his lab, now wrecking it with pure excitement. Once the mess settles down, Gui makes the girls swear to keep this a secret, and then turns to ask our hero about his next steps. But before the MC can answer, his phone buzzes. It's a message from Chigwe, and apparently the city will be sending the senior students to a secret leveling area next week. But there's limited space, so each class has to take turns. The group chat instantly blows up with students chatting away. Our boy now has his plans straight. He'll test the experience potions on himself first, and once they hit the market, they'll definitely be a sensation, but with great profits come even greater headaches. People like Chen will start flocking, looking to cash in on the success. However, the MC isn't about to hand over his hard work on a silver platter. Instead, he plans to strengthen the people around him first and build up his own influence before anyone else sees what's coming. Our boy thinks it's a good idea to include Shou Jesse, the berserker, from Yue's guild in their potion-sharing group. Yashin is strong, gets along with Yue, and let's be honest, having a heavyweight on their side never hurts. He then hands more recipes to Shiwei, and Wei finds some completely unknown ingredients. Yugui suggests they test the first batch of experience potions together and invites the MC to join. Yugi, on the other hand, worries about making enough potions before the scheduled meeting day, and Yugi and Ting focus on gathering everyone, and our boy, well, he just sits there, blending into the background like an extra in his own story. When the day finally arrives, our hero gets to the meeting spot first and waits by the road. A bus full of students drives by and they start mocking him because, from the looks of it, their daily routine isn't complete without making fun of him. At the dungeon entrance, the students are gathered and waiting for their turn. Chigui shows up with another group and, since these students are from the second class, they have the privilege of waiting for 2 whole hours. Before the outrage escalates, Chi explains that our boy is leading the guild and heading straight for the dungeon's depths, which is a level, whisper Yue's name, and that immediately draws the attention of another group. Among them are Chang Mu-ku, ranked 4th, Li Qi, ranked 3rd, and Gu Yunji, who holds the 2nd rank. Unlike the complainers, these 3 don't waste time whining and just head into the dungeon. The MC, in Yue's group, finally reaches the dungeon's depths, where Gui hands out the experience potions. Everyone thanks our boy, though Yue knows socializing has never been his thing. Ever since he failed his first awakening, seeing him hold a conversation without looking like he's being tortured is a rare sight. She just hopes this means he's finally coming out of his shell. Bringing everyone back to reality, Yue reminds them they don't have a tank or strong magic power this time, which means one step wrong could get them wiped out. To prevent that, she doesn't want our hero making any flashy moves that might draw unnecessary attention, because, let's be real, he has a tendency to overdo things. The plan is simple. She'll pull the enemies, Shanshu will handle defense, and Gui will use potions at the right time. The protagonist finds this whole leveling method painfully slow, but for the sake of teamwork, he decides to endure it. The battle begins. Yue shoots an arrow that hits a zombie-like creature and, just like that, the rest come charging. Shatian boosts Shanshu's strength, and, with one powerful blow, an explosion engulfs the monsters. Meanwhile, Wei's fire magic roasts them perfectly. After killing the creatures, Ting and Shanshu get excited and plan to reach their second transformation, pass the entrance exams for college, and get into an elite school with Yue. Just then, a loud laugh echoes through the cave. Yunjo comes out with Like and Mukyu, looking very pleased with himself. He's amused to see that a group of low-level fighters actually believe they have a shot at a top-tier school. Ting and Shanshu recognize them. But something seems off, as these guys aren't even from Chinju City. Yue then demands to know their intentions. Yunjo gets straight to the point, saying they came all this way just to find Yue and invite her to join their team. But Yue doesn't need a second to think about it. She rejects him immediately, as she has her own guild. Yunjo tries again, even sweetening the deal by offering a spot for Chen, whose rank isn't exactly impressive, but Yue responds in the same way. Yunjo realizes she's not going to budge and changes his approach. He talks about how dungeon monsters are getting nastier thanks to recent anomalies and how the top universities have raised. He paints it as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and emphasizes how all the rookies are scrambling to build their dream teams, his group included. And, of course, the real reason he wants Yue is because she's destined for greatness, unlike the rest, who are apparently doomed to mediocrity. Yue has reached her limit with this nonsense and summons her weapon. Shatian senses impending disaster, steps in, and suggests they go level up somewhere else. Yue doesn't even in deep thought or maybe just zoned out, until Like approaches him, acting all tough, and demands to know if he's Feng. The protagonist simply denies it, Like then insults him. Shanshu steps in and calls out Yunjo's group for going too far. Like then throws a punch. Shanshu tries to block it, but the impact still hits hard and knocks the wind out of him. Wei moves to help, but Shanshu blocks his path. She glares at him and wants him to move. Shanshu, on the other hand, probably with a few broken ribs at this point, still refuses to back down. He clenches his fist, ready to strike again, but before he can, Like is already on the move again. Ting and Yue react instantly, and a magical barrier appears, blocking Like's attack. Everyone is shocked to see our hero effortlessly block the attack, but he doesn't stop there and grabs Like's wrist, mid-swing, and throws him back. Like crashes to the ground and our boy throws Like's earlier words back at him, but with much more impact. Yunjo rushes to check on Like, but is met by Yue's arrow sticking into his lower back, and Mukyu, the last one left from Yunjo's group, stands there, processing the absolute disaster that just unfolded before her. The MC really hadn't planned for things to go this far, but hey, they just had to keep provoking him. He turns to Ting to heal Shanshu, and then asks him how he plans to handle Like now. Shanshu wants to do whatever our hero decides, so our boy tells him to take Like's equipment as compensation. Yunjo tries every life choice that led him here. He immediately offers up his own equipment, which is a complete 180-degree change in attitude. Our hero simply warns him to stop causing trouble. Mukyu also hands over her equipment. With everything settled, our boy announces that they should go ahead and level up. As she leaves, Yue mentions that she originally planned to help him level up, but well, it turns out he didn't really need the help. The protagonist makes up of Sang-soo and Tin are eager to know which university the MC plans to join, but our guy hasn't even bothered to think about it, or, at least, that's what he wants them to believe. In reality, he knows exactly why he won't set foot in any of those institutions. Places like that have too many rules, too many restrictions, and too many opportunities for someone to accidentally reveal secrets they shouldn't. So, instead of satisfying their curiosity, he gently redirects the conversation to something more practical, like moving forward and improving. But improving isn't as simple as snapping your fingers, especially since he can't use forbidden spells. But thanks to the being attribute bonuses and some well-equipped gear, he gets by with the spells attached to his items. A few days later, he finally returns home. He has only managed to level up once, and that was with the help of an experience potion. He's so used to crushing high-level monsters and with forbidden spells that he forgot what it feels like to level up normally. Someone like Yue could reach level 60 and go through her second transformation in just 2 years. Meanwhile, those stuck in 1- or 2-star professions would be better off attending a university instead of fighting low-level creatures every day. But our hero isn't willing to dwell on that depressing reality. Instead, he decides it's time for a well-deserved break. For the next few days, he enjoys the simple joys of life. Just as he's starting to feel like a normal person, his phone rings. It's Yang Xing. Master Tang wants to know if he will attend. The MC has absolutely nothing better to do, so he agrees. Shortly after, he meets Tang Yichai, an appraiser from the Qinyu branch of the Trade Center, who took over after Wang. The usual pleasantries are exchanged, and then our hero browses the catalog, only to find a bunch of mage-related items that are useless to him. Just as they are about to write it all off as a waste of time, he spots something interesting, the same potion he helped Shigi create. Alarm bells immediately start ringing in his head. He demands to know where the potion came from. Yichai explains that it was auctioned through the Kangaroo Guild via the trading post. Our guy knows that this particular guild isn't just any guild, but one of the country's top powerhouses. Strong, influential, and definitely not the type to randomly stumble upon a rare potion formula, which means one of two things. Either Guy secretly sold them the formula, or something much shadier happened. Yichai shares about a new secret realm called the Divine Trial. It's a solo challenge designed like a tower where you get rewards every 10 levels. One of those rewards is a recipe for an experience potion. This is the first time Dwayne has heard of a realm like this. Officially, all challenge realms must be registered, and their details are neatly cataloged on some government website. But our guy doesn't care about regulations or realms. Gay is the priority. That being said, the name Divine Trial sounds a little too grand for comfort, and, as if the universe, or more accurately the system, heard him, a quest appears to clear the very same realm in 2 months or he will be erased. Now, most people would probably freak out at the prospect of vanishing into thin air, but our hero finds it thrilling. After that, he and Duan start investigating and discover that this realm is controlled by the Kangaroo Guild. The guild has exclusive rights, meaning no outsiders can interfere without their approval. But since the protagonist's existence is on the line, he decides guilds form. Back at the guild, alarms are blaring as people rush to inform their leader. Meanwhile, our guy returns to his room through something like a black hole, trying to process what just happened the moment he made contact with the entrance. A surge of energy hit him and broke through his defenses. Even his system, which is usually the one thing that doesn't fail, took a hit. Now it won't stop sending him damage notifications. The healers are busy treating the guards at the Trial Realm's entrance who were knocked out by the blast. Hao Liexu, who is the guild master of the Answer Guild, is watching everything. One of the guards finally comes to and explains that there was an explosion at the realm's entrance, and then he passed out. Since this kind of thing doesn't just happen, Shu starts to wonder if the realm itself malfunctioned or something. Before he can start theorizing, a priestess comes over and suggests using magic to find out the truth. She raises her staff, activates a spell, and magic circles glow as time rewinds. That's because the trial realm comes with a handy security system of image recordings and time rewind, and it's a whole package. As time rewinds, they see a sinister figure approaching the entrance, looking all kinds of ominous. Before it can enter, another deity, this one glowing with holy energy, appears and literally kicks it out. After that, the holy deity seems pretty stressed and worried about needing to locate the dark intruder before it causes any real damage to the world. Hearing that, everyone watching the recording is left absolutely speechless. A meeting with the 7 guild leaders is immediately called as they review the footage. The guild leaders confirm that it was definitely a deity. Lu Jinjun points out that, although they don't know exactly who this deity is, the magic used in that fight was strong enough to reach legendary, forbidden curse levels. Feng Xiao recalls past reports from Shu about technically passing the trial and receiving the deity's recognition and blessing. Shu confirms this, though he didn't exactly expect a deity to make a personal appearance. On the other hand, Yuliusua doesn't like where this is going. If someone who wields forbidden curse magic still couldn't take out the dark deity, that's a very bad sign. Luo Yuning shares the concern. Meanwhile, Wang Bo suggests that maybe those forbidden spells are meant to be used against the dark deity. Hearing that, Chongyan Chuan suggests testing that theory. Shu, however, sees right through them. He knows these guild leaders have been eyeing the trial realm forever, and are now using the situation to pressure him into opening it. Fine, he decides to open it, but not without a warning. He explains that the monsters inside are no joke, and, with their current strength, they're going to get torn apart. As for the deity's blessing, in his opinion, they are far from deserving it. At this, Yinjun turns to Old Feng for his opinion, but the moment Old Feng hears this, he immediately erupts in anger. Yinjun does his best to keep the old man from completely losing his temper. He's been called in for a major incident, but, judging by the literal flames that are flickering around his face, he is beyond furious. His apprentice had warned them about strange activity in the city, but they ignored it. They sent an investigation team and made things worse. If it wasn't for the mysterious hero who saved Shinju City, they would have innocent blood on their hands. Jinjin tries to calm him down, reminding him that setting the room on fire with his temper won't fix anything. This old man had retired a long time ago, after paying a price for using dark power. Yet, here he is, being dragged back into the mess. Jin Chun suggests Old Feng show the recording of the incident to the mysterious hero so they can perhaps shed some light on it and, to sweeten the deal, gives him a bribe of fine wine bottles. Fortunately, that works, and Old Feng's anger miraculously starts to cool down, and he agrees. At the Duan Villa, our guy stares at the system notifications as a new quest has appeared to complete his second transformation and repair the system. He then leaves his room and finds Old Feng and Lan sitting in the living room. Duan makes the introductions, and it isn't long before the MC realizes exactly who Old Feng is. The man isn't just a retired veteran, he's a living legend. He has more achievements than most people could ever dream of, from developing secret realms to eliminating evil adventurer organizations. He is also known as the strongest mutant, and while most members of Lone Shadow prefer to remain hidden, Old Feng's mere existence is enough to make enemies reconsider their life choices. This very old man hands our guy a small gift of millions in crystal coins, around hundreds of bottles of high-level experience potions. The protagonist, who is still mentally processing the fact that he's basically been handed a fortune, asks why they are here. In response, Old Feng plays a recording. Our guy watches and nearly chokes. The evil and terrifying entity that everyone is so afraid of is none other than himself. His system, although he's sweating buckets, he keeps his expression neutral and assures them that he'll send the recording to the mysterious hero and update them later. Before leaving, Lan hands him her card for any future updates. The MC recognizes her from their first encounter in the professional locker room. Once they leave, Old Feng seems surprisingly pleased with our hero and is already planning ways to recruit him to his team. Lan asks if he thinks our guy and the mysterious hero could be the same person, but Old Feng doesn't care. If the protagonist wants them to believe he's just an innocent student, then the old man plans to play along, and as long as they have the mysterious hero on their side, they aren't going to argue, especially with their enemies growing stronger every day. The MC has a good idea and considering how easily the thing shattered his defenses, it's safe to say its power level is far beyond the manageable problem stage. So his number one priority is to fix the system by reaching the third transformation. After all, it's the only thing keeping the deity's detection at bay. It means he's just signed himself up for a much bigger headache in the future. He then gets some information from Duan, who got it from Old Feng about the trial's secret realm. Apparently, it's structured like a tower. However, there are no clues about the number of floors. Since no one has reached the top yet, the monsters inside are significantly more deadly than in other secret realms. The highest floor reached was 42, and of course, that record belongs to none other than Shiyu. But our hero has other things to worry about. His identity as an evil god could be exposed, and, with how unpredictable the mechanics of this trial are, he wouldn't be surprised if the deity's forbidden spell decides to make an unexpected appearance. So maybe it's better if someone else handles the trial. After all, nowhere in the mission details does it say he has to do it personally. He then asks Duan if he saw Shiyu's challenge and how many levels he thinks he could reach if he were in Shiyu's place. Duan thinks about it for a bit and estimates around the 35th floor. That settles it. Shiyu, who is close to his 5th transformation, is clearly stronger. But since Duan is on his side, he'd rather have him take on the trial. At least that way he won't have to worry about unexpected betrayals halfway through. With that decided, he begins to prepare Duan with a special training session. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the city, Old Feng is surprised to learn that the mysterious hero is sending someone to the Kangaroo Guild for the trial. Lan confirms that Duan made the request personally, and also borrowed the training room. Now, Old Feng is very interested. Just the other day the leaders of the 7 guilds attempted the trial, and guess what? They all failed, even Yin Chen. So, if Duan manages to pull off something impressive, well, this is going to be fun to watch. The excitement practically sets Old Feng on fire. That flame burning in his body isn't just a metaphor, it's the price he pays, constantly and slowly wearing down his life. After that, in the training room, Cho, for his part, is counting his blessings. He almost got the Master of Ceremonies kicked out of the exam earlier, but thanks to the unexpected chaos, the order was never executed. And seeing how things turned out, dodging that bullet might be the best decision he never made. Our hero scans the surroundings while Duan hands Lan a drive with valuable information. Lan checks the contents and finds everything: weaknesses, demons, cleared floors, and even some highly classified details. Our guy has pulled all this information directly from the Demon Lord's memories, because that guy once invaded the secret trial realm. So, what better way to reveal all its secrets? Old Feng wants to watch Duan's training up close, but his real concern is the bigger picture, and he asks Duan if the mysterious hero is sure that the evil god is going to destroy the world. The day before, Duan had asked our guy the same question. Since Duan is one of his own, the protagonist can't just ignore him, but explaining too much is also risky. So, he's stuck in that awkward space between wanting to be honest and not revealing too much. Now, Duan confidently repeats the answer that our hero had given him, that as long as the mysterious hero is around, they have nothing to worry about. Old Feng, who is apparently satisfied with that completely vague answer, hands over responsibility for the secret trial realm to Duan. Without wasting any time, Duan marches off. Or, more precisely, he dives right into it. The moment he enters, the monsters lock onto him and attack, but he fights back, and although he takes them down, he doesn't come out unscathed. Our guy, who is watching from the outside, suggests that Duan should take a break before he ends up needing a full-body cast, but Duan insists he just needs a short rest before continuing. This is an opportunity his master has given him, and he refuses to let him down. Lan, who is also watching, knows for a fact that she wouldn't survive this trial if she were in there. Those monsters are beyond the 4th transformation, and she has no desire to test if her luck is any better than Duan's. On the other hand, Old Feng is deep in thought. He had heard from Lan about our hero's absurdly fast power-up, and is now wondering if our guy could pull off something just as ridiculous. Could Duan do it too? Maybe, just maybe, the so-called mysterious hero could work some magic and break the current combat system, unlocking some kind of divine blessing for Duan. Meanwhile, the Master of Ceremonies is starting to realize that he might have oversimplified things. He had assumed that knowing the monster's weaknesses would be enough to clear the trial, but the job falls to him, which is horrible news, because his combat skills are basically non-existent. His only real option is forbidden spells, also known as the fastest way to blow his cover or put himself in serious danger. So, he decides he's had enough of this potential disaster for the day and says goodbye to Lan and Old Feng. His classes start next week, and before that, he needs to level up fast. If Duan can't handle the trial, then our guy at least needs stronger skills, or better gear to help him. The best way to move around unseen is via flying scrolls. Fortunately, he had the foresight to stock up on them. Using one, he launches himself into the air and lands near his destination. In front of him is the entrance to a wild secret realm, the same one Duan had mentioned before. It's currently outside of official control, so there are no annoying restrictions. The surroundings look like a war zone, with clear signs that some kind of fight happened, but our hero has no time to worry about that. He enters and hopes this isn't the start of another headache. Inside the realm, a group of bloodthirsty lunatics has already exterminated the other group. When they see a flying scroll, their egos are so inflated that they've already decided that whoever possesses it is finished. As loyal followers of the Demon Lord, they're convinced that the day he finally descends is near. Unbeknownst to them, one of their unfortunate victims had an earpiece and is still transmitting their secret plans. There's another group inside the forest, and a girl listening in catches the mention of an invasion of a secret realm. She deduces that the invasion is about to reach the mountain and immediately updates the others. The real problem is the city of Changling, which is right next door, meaning it's in the direct path of destruction. Their captain assesses the situation. One of their squads has already been wiped out, and even if they heroically rush in, they would only be signing themselves up for a very short battle. The monsters in the secret realm are ridiculously strong, and the city's magic barrier won't hold for long. With no other options, he orders the team to retreat and report to the authorities. Step 1. Evacuate as many people as possible. Step 2. Hope for a miracle. But since they don't have any surveillance equipment, they have no way of knowing when the invasion will happen, so someone has to stay behind and act as a scout, and the captain himself decides to stay. His squad, being the good and loyal subordinates they are, immediately protest, but he shuts them down. He has already accepted his fate. Before preparing for his impending doom, he makes one last call to his daughter. She, unaware of the chaotic, apocalyptic mess her father is facing, excitedly wishes him a happy birthday. He barely has time to respond before a powerful force erupts and even the retreating squad members see it. Meanwhile, inside the secret realm, our boy is busy turning the place into an ice age using his ability. He has unleashed an endless ice calamity, freezing every monster in sight. Since they've already given him a satisfying boost in levels, he figures it's time for an upgrade. The Demon Lord's followers are ready and excited to welcome their master, only for our hero to casually walk in instead. Both sides just stare at each other, completely bewildered. It turns out the Demon Lord they're waiting for has already been killed by our boy. The followers quickly assess the situation. The protagonist clearly doesn't recognize them, which means he's not the reincarnation, Demon Lord, or some high-ranking follower. But what really throws them off is his sheer audacity to walk into their hideout alone. Then it clicks. They remember the flying scroll from earlier and come to the conclusion that our hero must be an opportunist who wanted to swear his loyalty to the Demon Lord, but chickened out after sensing his overwhelming dark power. So they ask the MC about it. However, our boy shuts it down with a resounding no. And as for any other reason he might be here, that's his business, not theirs. That doesn't sit well with Gurong, one of the cockiest supporters. He starts throwing a tantrum and brags about how great and powerful he is, but our hero has zero interest in hearing his life story. He cuts him off and wants them to either fight or leave. That's enough. The army of followers loses their cool collectively and decides it's time to teach the MC a lesson. But just as they're about to attack, the mood shifts, the air grows heavier, the light dims, and, in an instant, their confidence evaporates and now they're scared. Our boy decides to let them experience true terror. He traps them in a nightmare-inducing illusion, one that exposes all their weaknesses and drags them through a world of pain. Every flaw they have is laid bare. Just like how he easily notices Gurong's old shoulder injury from overuse and goes straight for it. Deep in the forest, the squad captain is growing more and more impatient. He's been waiting for the secret realm's invasion on the mountain, but nothing is happening. He finally gets tired of it and decides to go check it out himself. The moment he reaches the cave, he stops in his tracks. Gurong and his entire squad are very dead, he tells his team, who are just as surprised. But that's not even the worst part, as the secret realm is completely sealed under a massive ice storm with not a single monster left alive. Still hoping for a sign of life, he breaks the ice to check on the boss, only to find it as dead as everything else. Back at the villa, our guy insists that Duan take a break, but Duan, who is stuck at level 45, is acting like it's the end of the world. He's convinced he's not worthy of serving our hero, but the protagonist just wants him to relax, since he was only supposed to go through the trial's secret realm, and in the next week, they'll start special training. Juan is now relieved that he hasn't been abandoned, and eagerly rushes off to order food for our guy. Our hero, on the other hand, decides to kill time with some games. Just as he starts, a message from old Feng pops up asking to join. For a second, he wonders if the old man's account was hacked, but it's really him. And here's the real shocker. Not only does this always serious old man secretly enjoy video games, but he's also pretty good at it. It turns out he used to play with his grandson, but now the kid is swamped with exam prep, and, luckily, the grandson is the same age as the protagonist, so our guy suggests they all team up sometime, and old Feng agrees. Not that our hero minds, since having a powerful old guy on his side might come in handy one day. As they chat, old Feng mentions a supernova training camp being organized by the top universities. The top participants will get admission and receive top-tier training resources. He has 2 spots and offers one to the MC. At first, our guy couldn't care less because he has forbidden spells, so why bother? But then reality sets in. He might have magic, but without proper combat skills, facing the gods in the future would be, let's say, not ideal. So, he decides to take the opportunity. Old Feng books both spots, one for our hero and another for his friend. He also mentions that his grandson and him are so alike that they're sure to get along. After that, at Chinyu City High School, students are buzzing about how even the ordinary universities are raising the bar for their combat majors. Just then, an announcement cuts them off, saying a new student is joining. This very student turns out to be Mukyu. The MC recognizes her immediately, while the rest of the class acts like they've seen a celebrity. She's a big name, and her presence there is nothing short of shocking. Then, to make things even weirder for our guy, she asks to sit next to him. And here come the jealous glares Mukyu into leaving his school, but Fang is clueless. Shang, however, isn't just mad about losing a student. Mukyu also took a spot in the training camp, and that's going to hurt his school's admission rate. This year, there are only 4 spots available in the entire province. Fang's school already had 2, and now, thanks to Mukyu, they conveniently have another. Before their argument can continue, Fang's assistant, Lu, knocks on the door and announces a guest. Fang ignores him at first, but the second he hears old Feng's name, both he and Shang freeze up. A big shot like old Feng showing up here isn't just unusual, it's practically suspicious. When they finally meet him, neither of them has a clue why someone of his status would bother with their school. Then, old Feng introduces his grandson, Feng, Rui, and makes the request that he wants Rui to transfer. Fang and Shang are left speechless. Rui isn't just any kid. He's ranked in the top 15 on the national supernova list, and, if he really went all out, he would have easily made the top 5. Shang is struggling to understand why someone like Rui would choose a no-name school like this. And to make things even crazier, supernova students get automatic spots in the training camp, which means Fang's school just scored another spot with absolutely no effort. But old Feng, it's not over. His office has 2 additional spots in the training camp, and he wants them given to students from Fang's school. Right now, Sam is questioning reality, but before he can argue, Fang gently dismisses him and hands him over to Liu to escort him out. Once things calm down, old Feng gets straight to the point. Those 2 training spots are meant for the protagonist, but Feng hesitates, since our hero is someone who literally just awakened his powers, but old Feng wants him to do as he's told without asking questions. And considering old Feng's office oversees both independent adventurers and the 7 great guilds, Feng is not about to put up a fight. In the classroom, the protagonist group is expanding like an exclusive club. What started with just Mukyu now includes Rui, Shangshu, Yue, and Ting, all comfortably gathered around him. It turns out that Chen, after being contacted by the school, gave up his spot in the training camp, allowing Ting to take it. Shangshu also got a spot and is absolutely thrilled to meet Rui. Mukyu, on the other hand, isn't exactly happy with so many new people around. He suddenly feels like he has some serious competition for the MC's attention. He even prepared a gift for him. Now he just needs to figure out the right time to give it. Meanwhile, the other students are just standing there completely bewildered as they watch this odd group, as if they're witnessing the formation of some exclusive club right in front of them. But the MC has more important things to worry about, like why no one else seems even slightly concerned about Cheng's disappearance. At the Cao family home, an assistant suggests reporting Cheng as missing, since there's still no sign of him, but Cheng's father has already called in a favor from someone influential to handle the investigation. Instead of worrying about that, he turns his attention to the situation at school. The assistant shares that he managed to get Chen an extended leave of absence, using extra training as an excuse. The principal didn't push it, though he seemed a bit down about losing a participant for the training camp. With that settled, Chen's father orders not to be disturbed and goes upstairs to check Chen's room. After entering the room, he steps into a hidden chamber. At school, Rui excitedly shows a skill book to our guy. It's for summoning a water spell, and he hopes our hero might find it useful. However, the MC knows that summoning is a rare profession, and books like these don't just pop up at the local bookstore. Not wanting to be outdone, Mukyu chimes in with his own gift, which is an equally rare battle mage skill book. The problem is, our hero can't use these skills yet. Before school started, he had gone out to level up in a secret realm, only to find out it required a team of 5 people to enter, so the whole trip turned into a waste of time, leaving him stuck with no new skills. Still, he's not one to turn down good loot. He accepts the books, but balances the scales by giving them high-level experience potions. The moment Rui and Mukyu realize what they've just received, their determination to stick to our guy like glue skyrockets. Then comes Yue, who also has a gift, though it's technically from Shuwei, who made a new, but so far there's been no word on the details. Our guy hands him Shuwei's potion, which is a nourishing elixir that heals old injuries. He wants Duan to drink it first, because once that's done, the real training begins. After drinking the potion, Duan feels better than ever. After that, they jump right into training. The MC takes one look at him and immediately notices his lung injury is still healing, so he needs to avoid moves that put too much pressure on it, and his skill combinations are a complete mess. Duvan is impressed, though a bit uneasy about how easily our guy has figured out his flaws. Then comes the real challenge, the special training. Duvan pushes himself to the limit, not because his life depends on it, but because disappointing our hero is not an option. He's having a terrible time, fighting wave after wave of monsters, barely getting a chance to breathe when it's finally over. He asks for a tougher challenge, but Lan shares that there are no more levels, as they've used up all available monster data. With nothing else to do, Duan finally collapses on the ground, completely spent, but despite how exhausted he is, he feels a deep sense of happiness to the point of tears. Old Feng, who has been watching the whole time, is both amazed and a little shocked. The way the mysterious hero has pushed an adventurer, as experienced as Duan to this point, is just insane. Now, more than ever, he wants to stay on the guy's good side. His excitement flares up again, but before he can get too carried away, Lan brings up the issue of managing the high cost of dark power. Alphen thinks for a moment, but decides to put it off. Right now, Duan knows these guys are a big deal, as his own master couldn't even get them to gather before. But with something as serious as the divine manifestation at stake, they've all shown up. Among them is Shu, who looks like he'd rather be anywhere else. He's in a foul mood because Old busy taking advantage of their secret realm to get favors. At the entrance to the realm, Shu asks Duan if he can livestream the whole thing, and Duan, not worried at all, gives him the green light. A phone is set up, and suddenly, all 7 guild leaders are trying to subtly get into the frame, or not so, and impressing. Our hero is just chilling, watching TV and snacking on something when he notices the stream on his phone is live. Back in the realm, the guild leaders just stare as Duan clears floors 30, 40, and 50 like it's nothing. Then, he just defeats the final monster, passes the trial, and snags the forbidden divine curse. The best part is that it's a first clear reward, which means no one else can get it. Shu, of course, is not amused. It's his realm. Shouldn't the best loot go to him by default? But before he can even throw a proper tantrum, the system delivers the final blow that Duan's profession isn't perfect enough to learn forbidden curses. So, after all that, the overpowered reward is completely useless to him. The MC remembers from the Demon Lord's memories that the professions in their world haven't reached their full potential yet. Basically, people are strong, but not that strong. On the other hand, Duan's reward transforms into a divine emblem, and since his profession belongs to the strength system, his patron, a sword with chi, fights with relentless precision, and when faced with a strong enemy, unlocks a next-level power, like a protagonist in a last-minute power-up scene. Then there's the battle saint, of martial extremity, a guy who doesn't bother with weapons because his fists and kicks are basically walking disasters. And finally, the martial arts immortal soldier, who masters every weapon, adapts in battle, and can copy the enemy's techniques. Since Duan uses a short sword, he naturally chooses the martial spirit swordmaster. The moment he makes his choice, the divine emblem, which is formed from pure divine energy and filled with the fundamental laws of the universe, begins to absorb into Duan. As he absorbs its power, a brilliant light shoots into the sky. The divine trial mission is complete, and suddenly, the world level increases. Notifications flood the sky and people everywhere starts recording it like it's the event of the century. Our boy sees it too, while Yin Ying and Old Feng are bombarded with reports from all over as Duan exits the realm. Yin Ying tries to recruit him, but of course, he's not the only one, as other guild leaders surround him with their best offers. However, Duan rejects every single one of them. He later returns home and meets up with our hero. During their conversation, the protagonist shows him a drawing he made of the divine emblem, as he wants to confirm the details, since a phone screen didn't do it justice. It turns out to be the exact same emblem that our boy once obtained and casually gave away to you. Duan, on the other hand, comes to the conclusion that our hero just gave away something so valuable without a second thought, which makes him feel like all his effort is still not enough. Meanwhile, the protagonist is too busy having an existential crisis. If he really has divine power, that could explain why he got an emblem in a random secret realm. But another much bigger problem arises regarding the gods, as he now has to worry about 12 potential god-level threats. Duan informs our boy about the latest chaos, how 7 major guilds are now running around and searching desperately for the trial secret realms, all in order to grab the divine banner. But our hero isn't too stressed as long as he controls whoever passes the trial, the power will be his. It sounds simple, but there's a catch. If the person who makes it turns out to be his enemy, it would be a disaster. However, the divine emblem isn't even his biggest problem. The real danger is that clearing the realm could unlock forbidden spells, and if that happens, he'll end up attracting the attention of the gods and basically putting a giant target on his back. Now, he needs to make sure only his own people pass the trial. Duan then mentions Shu, who according to their contract wanted to get his fair share of the rewards. Since Duan has already absorbed the divine emblem, he generously offers the rest of the loot. However, Shu is absolutely furious, wanting to demand the divine emblem back, but unfortunately for him, he only manages to do so in his imagination. On the outside, he remains calm and accepts the other rewards, while the rest of the guild leaders stand there in shock. Among the rewards, Shu gets the formula for the Forgotten Potion, which is a game-changing potion that can erase a designated skill and reset the skill slot. And, considering how rare skill slots are, this is a huge deal. Shu immediately starts scheming. Just like the experience potion, this one could change the world. And if he monopolizes both, his guild could attract top-tier players, leaving the other guilds in the dust. He's already daydreaming about his invincible guild dominating the scene. There's just one small problem, and that's Duan. If he doesn't keep his mouth shut, this grand plan could go up in smoke, so Shu tries to handle things diplomatically. He requests Duan's silence as per their contract and even offers him compensation just in case. Before he can finish his speech, Duan drops the news that he's already seen the potion recipe before in the hands of the mysterious hero. He's just making it clear that this potion won't be coming from him, but from the aforementioned hero. Shu, of course, refuses to believe this nonsense. According to his research, the trial realm rewards don't appear randomly. They are one of a kind, with no prior records in history. He assumes Duan is just messing with him, but then Duan reveals another shocking piece of news. The experience potion was also created by this mysterious hero. Hearing that, Shu's confidence shatters, and the other leaders are just as stunned, struggling to process the fact that this unknown figure apparently knows the secrets of the trial realms. Meanwhile, Old Feng watches the whole thing, with pure amusement and chuckles to himself. Jin Sun gets angry with him and demands a real explanation for this mysterious laughter. But Old Feng is having way too much fun. He knows something the others don't, that our hero, who casually tossed several potion bottles to Rui and Muccio, never really took them seriously. And yet, here is everyone, treating them like priceless treasures. At least, transferring Rui to Feng's school pleases him. As Duan and Old Feng leave, the old man suddenly brings up the problem with his body, which is complete. Duan promises to ask on his way back. He shares Old Feng's request with the MC and apologizes for making the call on his own. However, our guy isn't mad. He also wants to help Old Feng, but there's just one problem. He has no idea if the nutritive potion will actually work on him. The protagonist tasks Duan with making time and finding Old Feng to deliver a few bottles of the nutritive potion for a test. Duan heads straight to Old Feng's office, only to run into Lan, who informs him that Old Feng has already left for an important meeting at the bureau. So, Duan hands the potions over to Lan and trusts her to get the job done. After that, Lan makes a stop at Rui's house, rings the doorbell, and gets no answer. She assumes Rui isn't home and decides to come back later, all while being completely unaware that inside, things are taking a creepy because, apparently, that's the only way to save his grandfather. but Rui refuses to give in to whatever this demonic speech is selling. Unfortunately, the darkness plays dirty and targets his greatest weakness, which is his grandfather's impending death. In the schoolyard, our hero bumps into Rui, who looks like he just walked out of a horror movie. He tries to lift the mood and suggests playing a game to clear Rui's mind. Rui, however, refuses, since his grandfather doesn't allow him to play games at school, so our guy suggests they all play together some other time. That's when Rui gets nostalgic and shares a story from his childhood. After his parents died on a mission, little Rui completely shut himself off. He was in his room and wouldn't talk to anyone. Old Feng, who isn't exactly the emotional support type, had no idea how to comfort him. Yet, he went and secretly learned how to play video games, just to connect with him. Rui never forgot it. For someone who doesn't do feelings, Old Feng sure knew how to show he cared, in his own weird way. Meanwhile, Old Feng is attending a bureau meeting, and the news isn't good. The discussion is about two men, Peng Ji and Gu Jing. Peng Ji, a skilled fighter ranked 3 turns, 4 stars, was imprisoned 8 years ago for wreaking havoc and gravely injuring people in the secret realm. He was supposed to stay locked up for 15 years, but a few years ago, he somehow vanished from prison. Gu Jing wasn't much better. He was once a monitored mutant, but he disappeared from his hometown 5 years ago. Now, these two charming individuals have reappeared in Peng Ji's hometown, where they went on a killing spree, took out 2 adventurers and their entire families. Conveniently, the victims happened to be part of the team that arrested Peng Ji all those years ago. The strange thing is that those adventurers were supposed to be much stronger than these two, but when the fight started, they barely put up any resistance. One of the officials brings it up, questioning why they just stood there while their families were being slaughtered. Then, someone shows a video, and that's when things get really creepy. The video shows one of the victims trying to fight back, but he's destroyed in seconds. Upon seeing it, the room falls completely silent. The report said that Peng Ji and Gu Jing shouldn't have been that powerful. But the video says otherwise. From the looks of it, these two are not only back, but they're stronger than ever. And if that wasn't bad enough, they might be even stronger than Old Feng, which is enough to give anyone goosebumps. Cao is at his house, impatiently waiting for Feng Hu and Gu Yin. The moment they walk in, he asks if there's any news about his son, Benju. He shares that they found nothing, but he did sense an incredibly strong dark force. He explains that low-level favored ones can't just use dark power on their own. They need the Demon Lord's blessings, just like that unlucky guy who dropped dead in Chinju City. But the real favored ones, the true elites like them, don't just get a pat on the head and some dark energy. They are personally summoned by the Demon Lord, sent to some secret realm, and forced into isolation for who knows how long to cultivate, which in Benju's mind means one thing, that Chung might have been chosen by a Demon Lord and received the training package. Sao already had his suspicions. Chen had been up to something, performing strange rituals, but he never thought it would go this far. Penju isn't entirely sure if the ritual is related to Chen's disappearance, but after checking the secret room where Chen made his sacrifices, it was crystal clear that this wasn't just some amateur attempt at dark magic. The ritual was executed perfectly, with no details spared. As long as Chen keeps up with the sacrifices, his talent should be enough to catch the eye of a demon lord. At this point, Sao can barely contain his excitement. If Chen actually pulls this off, the Wang group might as well pack up and leave town because they won't stand a chance. Then, Penju hands Sao an address where he wants him to send a car after dinner to meet someone important. With that, Penju and Guiying head to Rui's apartment. Rui, of course, has no idea who these two are, but he doesn't need an introduction to know they radiate danger. Penju, on the other hand, is acting as if Rui should be welcoming them with open arms. He makes it clear that they're there on behalf of their master, the same dark entity that tried to mess with Rui the night before. Rui wastes no time, summoning his armor and preparing to fight, but before he can do anything, Penju is already on him and grabs his face. Penju has one job, which is to make Rui accept the dark entity's power without using his brain. Not that Rui is known for his rationality, but still convincing him is a lot of effort. Meanwhile, Guiying, who had gone inside to do some recon, returns with an update that Old Feng isn't home. Penju had planned to pay the old man a friendly visit, but Rui rejects the idea because he doesn't want them anywhere near his grandfather. Finally, Penju lets Rui go, but not before leaving an ultimatum of just 3 days. That's all the time Rui has to decide, and if he dares to refuse, well, let's just say Old Feng won't be enjoying his retirement for much longer. Meanwhile, our boy is in the wild tribe beating up monsters. He hasn't found a good place to level up lately, so instead of looking for upgrades, he's been farming combat experience in common secret realms. His quests aren't finished yet, and the system insists that he investigate the nearby secret realms. Just as he finishes off another creature, his phone rings. It's Duan. Duan hesitates for a moment, and then mentions that old Feng wants to be an apprentice under the mysterious hero. Later, the MC stops by the hospital to check on Rui. Rui assures him that he's fine, although his dark power is throwing a tantrum, so he has to stay for a few more days. He's in a specialized ward for variants, and our hero, who had never seen one before, is genuinely impressed. Meanwhile, outside, old Feng is discussing Penju and guying with Duan. He has decided to call for backup. The mysterious hero, his last chance to fix this. Fortunately, the hero agrees, though not without conditions. Duan makes it clear that this isn't a formal apprenticeship. The hero isn't looking for students, just an excuse to train someone while making sure the bad guys don't get their way. He also wants a private training space that isn't too big or too fancy, just enough for some intense one-on-one combat sessions. Old Feng, of course, agrees immediately, whatever it takes to get some real firepower. On his end, before they can finalize the details, a loud noise echoes from Rui's room. They rush inside only to find Penju and Guying standing there. They have the audacity to claim they're there to apologize for hurting Rui with a fruit basket. However, old Feng is having none of it. His fury is written all over his face. If looks could kill, Penju and Guying would be vaporized on the spot. Old Feng doesn't even bother to answer when Penju asks if he's really serious about fighting them. Penju and Guying decide to leave, but not before, reminding Rui that he has exactly 2 days to make his decision. On the way out, Guying spits on Duan's chest as a final act of pettiness before storming out. Old Feng apologizes to Duan, while our boy seems to be much more interested in the basket. Later that night, Peng and Gujing are enjoying some drinks with Xiao and some girls. When the conversation shifts to Yua's beauty, Don suggests that Peng should just go and make her his. But before Peng can answer, a loud explosion rocks the place and Rui and Duan enter. Duan demands that everyone, except Peng and Gujing, get out. However, Peng sips his wine as if it's just another boring interruption, while Gujing lunges at Duan with his weapon. But Duan blocks him and feels how strong Gujing is. If it weren't for our boy's tough training, Duan would already be a corpse by now, and yet, here he. But before he can fully grasp what's happening, he hears a soft crunching sound. When he looks, there's our hero, as calm as ever, eating some chips and watching their fight as if it were an entertaining TV show. This makes Gujing's blood boil. Duan punches Jing to get his attention. Jing stumbles back, reeling, but then he enters a furious state and charges at Duan. Their weapons clash fiercely, while the girls who were laughing just moments ago are now enjoying the dried seeds to care. Penju swings his huge sword at him, but our hero blocks it, so Penju decides to transform to scare MC, only to see him calmly enhance his sword for a more precise strike. That's when he realizes this guy is no amateur. Before he can react, the ground beneath him splits open and a massive thorn shoots out. He barely dodges it when another attack comes right at him and forces him to raise his weapon. At first, he assumed our hero was just a rookie who got lucky a few times, until his instincts told him otherwise. Their swords clash, but then Peng notices that our guy isn't just holding his own, he's getting stronger. That's when reality hits that, maybe, trying to kill this guy isn't the best idea, so he suggests just sitting down and talking. However, the protagonist makes it clear that if anyone is going to die, it will be Peng. Just to be clearer, not even a speck of dust will touch him. That confidence is enough to make Peng's blood boil. He gets enraged and warns our hero not to get ahead of himself, because in his master's eyes he's nothing but a mere insect. Our guy demands to know the identity of the all-powerful master. Peng puffs up like a proud disciple and starts bragging about the mighty demon lord, who apparently makes a hobby out of killing the lords of secret realms and collecting their remains as trophies. The protagonist's expression darkens. Well, now he definitely needs to know this guy's name. Lan and the others are standing outside the Cho Company building when she informs them about the chaos happening upstairs. Apparently, Feng and Gujing are the ones fighting. Old Feng uses his magic to take a look, and, let's just say the scene doesn't disappoint. Peng is fighting a masked man who turns out to be none other than our own guy. From the looks of it, our hero is comfortably using his skills to keep Peng in check. But then Peng decides he's had enough, reveals his true form, and swallows the MC whole. Meanwhile, Duan and Guying are busy trying to kill each other. Jin throws some taunts and mocks Duan for not worrying about our hero. But Duan admits he's not even qualified to worry about his boss. Instead of wasting time with words, he opts for a direct approach and stabs Jing in the chest. Xiao, on the other hand, is having a blast and is impressed by Peng's overwhelming power. The girls next to him, however, are not having such a good time. They are huddled under the sofa and probably regretting every life decision that led them here. But their attempt to stay out of trouble is futile, as Peng notices Xiao and in one swift move, slices him cleanly in half. Peng wants more, as he's not done yet, but then Old Feng's magic is felt. He gets annoyed and shatters it, but his victory is short-lived. Interrupted when his body suddenly erupts in a violent explosion, and from the chaos our hero emerges looking completely unharmed. Gojin turns his attention to Peng. He and Duan doesn't miss the opportunity, and his sword lands right where it's supposed to. The girls don't need to be told twice. Meanwhile, deep in some secret valley, a panicked subordinate rushes to his lord about an intruder. The demon lord calmly orders everyone to fall back. He knows exactly that the enemy is there for him. His minions, while admirably loyal, are useless and he needs something stronger, better, and preferably something that won't die immediately. Humans, for example, just keep getting better, and with the right sacrifices, they can fuel his power quite nicely. As he contemplates his next move, he reaches for one of the skulls adorning his body and wears it like a champion, reliving his past victories. He hadn't always been this strong, as there was a time when he was just another ordinary demon. Then fate, or maybe just sheer luck, led him to the remains, a high-level demon lord, and, suddenly, life got interesting. Power surged through him, strategies unfolded in his mind, and one by one, his enemies became nothing more than memories, and now he's planning to do it all over again. Too bad the heavens have other plans. Before he can even monologue about his inevitable triumph, the sky rumbles ominously. A lightning bolt strikes down and roasts him on the spot. Elsewhere, the protagonist, fresh from unleashing that thunderstorm spell, stumbles through the fog and complains about the lack of monsters. Just then, a notification pops up about the discovery of a forbidden dark spell. He follows the system's instructions, and eventually comes across the crispy remains of the demon lord, and in its lifeless hands is a relic pulsing with dark energy. He begins to absorb its power, his level surpasses 40, and his attributes max out. Then he spots something even more interesting, a skill book, for summoning a dark gate, which is a forbidden summoning spell. Our boy figures it's worth him a shot. The book can grant him an incredibly powerful ability to either summon an army of dark creatures for half a day, or bring a high-ranking demon lord over permanently. That's too good to pass up, so he decides to go for it. On the other side, Duan is with Old Feng and briefs him on Peng He and Gu Jing, whom they handled quite well. Old Feng appreciates it while breathes a sigh of relief that, thankfully, the authorities actually trust Old Feng's judgment. His goodwill towards the mysterious hero helps silence the usual paranoid conspiracy theorists. Otherwise, Peng He and Gu Jing might have turned the place into a disaster. Then, Old Feng hands Duan some documents about the training facilities the hero requested. It turns out the country itself rolled out the red carpet and offered top-tier national bases with excellent facilities, privacy, and most importantly, zero nosy interruptions. Duan figures it's only fair to let our hero pick his own kingdom. When they arrive at the base, our boy admires the sheer size of the place. Duan explains that the facility includes training areas, offices, leisure spaces, and enough accommodations to house 2,000 people. They later meet with Old Feng to finalize the paperwork. Duan makes it clear that he and the MC will handle the base's administration because the hero has no patience for useless admin work. Old Feng suggests forming a guild, but Duan wonders if there's a less bureaucratic way to get intel. Feng mentions a special information channel through the bureau where confidential information stays secure, but most useful details will be accessible. Our hero finds it convenient, but he still plans to build his own network. After all, relying on a single source is a rookie mistake. As for the guild, no thanks, it's too much paperwork. Instead, he decides to run the base his own way. With the signatures done, they leave the office. On their way out, Duan brings up the hero's special training, is scheduled for next week. Before Old Man Feng can answer, his phone rings, the caller reporting mysterious disappearances similar to the Peng He and Gao Yin case. After that, Old Man Feng finally heads home, but he walks in to find Rui packing his bags. Rui breaks the news that he's leaving for special training in 2 days, something our boy arranged personally. 5 people, including him, will be participating. Old Man Feng gets so excited, he literally starts sparking again. Rui gets scared, but the old man assures him it's no big deal and claims the hero's potion has healed him. Still, Old Man Feng helps him pack and then goes into full dad mode, giving him a long talk about behavior. The next morning, the group gathers at the training base. Rui Yue, Shangqiu, Ting, and Wei Yue. As they admire the impressive surroundings, Yue gives our boy a side eye and asks him how the heck he got access to a place like this. Our hero gives a vague excuse about borrowing it from some family elder. Yue, however, isn't fooled. She's pretty sure that ever since his awakening, he's been collecting secrets. The MC then introduces them to Duan, the one in charge of their training. Shangqiu notices Rui seems a bit tense around him. When questioned, Rui admits that Duan was the guy behind the recent chaos in the trial realm, the little incident that pretty much shook the world. Stepping onto the training ground, Duan immediately senses the group is more motivated than before. Our hero, on the other hand, watches from above, not worried in the slightest about the forbidden spells being exposed. Why? Because he already has his excuse ready, and he'll just say it's an effect of the training room. Besides, he has bigger plans in the works, like forming his own alliance. The training begins, and Yue instantly feels the oppressive force pressing down on her. The others, Duan shows some compassion, and finally announces they're done for the day. Just as they start to think they might get a break, he drops the real news on them, that starting the next day, it will be intense, focused training. Afterwards, they sit down for dinner, and Yue talks about how the training has helped her uncover her weaknesses and gain strength that would normally have taken her years to achieve. Rui, on the other hand, is still shocked by the dark power within him. He's been pushing himself to the limit, but somehow it's not going out of control. Ting, however, just sits at the table like a wilted flower. Rui Yue shares that Ting and Yashin have been under a ridiculous amount of pressure lately. Their school has limited spots for the training camp, and the internet, as always, has turned into a flame fest. Our boy checks the forums and sees people wondering why Ting and Yashin, both average students, made the list. Amidst the sea of critics, however, there's one person fiercely defending them. She admits she was nervous at first, but after enduring the hellish training, she's not anymore. Our hero promises to give her gifts and tells her to focus on training instead of the internet trolls. Later that night, while the others are resting, the MC finds himself deep in thought. The Demon Lord's memories have revealed something incredible about the so-called evil gods. Apparently, there are 7 of them, beings born of dark power, worshipped by creatures from the secret realm. But the real shocker is that our boy isn't one of them, but that he was once one of the 12 prime gods, a prestigious figure known as the omnipotent Archmage. Long ago, these 12 prime gods led a massive war against the 7 true evil gods, wiping them out and preventing a monstrous invasion. But then, the Archmage became too interested in dark power. Eventually, he lost control, and the other gods decided he was a threat, since he was outnumbered and unable to win. The Archmage fled and was forever labeled an evil god. But of course, the dark demons have a slightly different version of the story. According to them, after the great battle, the gods' followers began to question things instead of just blindly obeying. That didn't sit well with the gods who relied on their devotion, so to keep the people in check and for their own twisted entertainment, they made their followers turn on each other and started endless wars disguised as sacred battles and rituals. Even the creatures lurking in the shadows, they were given the green light to wreak havoc, which gave rise to the secret realm. However, the Archmage didn't agree with that. He stayed out of the divine reality show until the war reached his people and, since they were taken completely by surprise, most didn't survive. So, the Archmage became enraged and demanded the gods put an end to the senseless chaos. But instead of listening, the gods just laughed in his face. This caused the Archmage ancestor to finally lose control and go all out. A few gods ended up dead, some of the big ones were left truly shattered, and suddenly, he was the one running for his life. No one knows where he disappeared and there are only rumors. Of course, the gods weren't going to take the loss gracefully. First, they shattered his name to make sure everyone believed he was the villain, and then they turned the world upside down trying to track him down. The MC finds the whole thing fascinating, but that's all the useful information he got from the Demon Lord's memory. The Archmage's fate remains a total mystery. Regardless, he makes the most reasonable decision to keep leveling up. The next day, he heads to another hidden and unregulated secret realm, all thanks to a tidbit of information from the Adventurer's administration. He cuts through the monsters and, since they're small fry, the experience points stack up quickly. He finally faces the realm's boss and everything is going great, until his sword decides it's had enough and breaks mid-fight. It's because his level isn't exactly at the stage of handling destructible weapons, and his gear is basically trash compared to what 4th or 5th transition adventurers carry. He didn't expect his sword to break after a few high-intensity fights, but here we are. The boss monster smirks. But our boy, who's in no mood for taunts, tosses the broken weapon aside, and destroys the boss with magic. He levels up, sure, but let's be real, the experience gained doesn't make up for the tragic loss of his sword. On the other hand, he acquires another forbidden skill, a violent storm filled with dark energy that devours all light. It sounds fancy, but he knows better than to rely solely on skills. Forbidden. After all, dramatic power moves are cool, but a decent weapon wouldn't hurt either, so it's time to go shopping at the exchange center. He goes all out and buys multiple high-quality swords. His guide, Gao, looks one breath away from fainting as she tries to wrap her head around his shopping spree. An assistant comes in and mentions another guest. The problem is, both our hero and the newcomer have the prestigious black card, but said no after he introduces himself. It turns out Youngju had already tried to dig into his past, but every lead hit a dead end, as if someone was intentionally erasing all his traces. Even searching online was useless. If his powerful family, with all their connections, couldn't uncover a single solid detail, then one thing is clear. This guy is definitely not someone ordinary, and that doesn't sit well with Jungju. Our guy points to the swords he plans to buy and asks Jungju if he wants to buy one, but Jungju doesn't even dare to consider it. The sight is enough to leave the surrounding crowd in complete shock, since, after all, Jungju is ranked second on the national supernova list, yet here he is, seemingly yielding to someone else. Then, Jungju leaves. Since he needs an outlet for his frustration, he heads to the bathroom and takes out his cell phone. He logs into a forum and posts a request to investigate our hero, but then Mukyu replies and asks him not to spread nonsense. That only makes our guy, on the other hand, remains blissfully unaware of Unju's schemes, finishes his shopping trip, and heads to another secret realm where he hunts monsters, until he reaches level 60. The second transformation is just around the corner, but before that, he notices an altar. The place has a rather grim history, as the monsters there used to worship all sorts of evil gods. That was until the 12 main gods wiped them out and forced these creatures to spend the rest of eternity trying to bring back 7 of their fallen deities. Some of the more ambitious ones even dreamed of becoming evil gods themselves, not that our hero cared. In his eyes, neither the so-called main gods nor the monsters were worthy of respect. The gods weren't protectors, they saw humans as nothing more than entertainment. If that was the case, maybe the monster's legend about the omnipotent archmage wasn't just a wild fantasy. At this point, gods and monsters are just two sides of the same worthless coin to him. Just then, his phone buzzes, as Yujui has sent him a message. At the training base, Tin and Yashang are busy checking out Gui's lab. Tin grabs a potion, and is about to drink it when Gui barely manages to stop her in time. It turns out that potion erases a person's abilities, and Gui had just finished making it. The protagonist soon arrives, having no idea about the near catastrophe, and gives them skill books as a gift. The protagonist hands them the 4 skill books as gifts. He wants everyone to get familiar with their new abilities before the training camp. On their way to the training room, they run into Old Man Feng and Duan. For Yue Ting and Wei, it's their first time meeting the old man, and they can immediately tell he's someone important. Old Man Feng is curious about Rui's progress and asks our guy for an update, but instead of giving a detailed report, our hero suggests he see it for himself. The training session begins, and they each take on the monsters using their newly acquired skills. Old Man Feng watches and is impressed, but also a bit puzzled. Their techniques seem unfamiliar and almost too refined for newbies. The MC explains that they've just learned high-quality orange skills, which, by the way, are so rare that even high-ranking officials would sell their souls to get them. Old Man Feng is now. Our guy heads to the job change room where he meets Lan. The moment Lan sees him, he realizes he's there to undergo his second transformation. Our hero then enters the room and receives a quest to enter the secret realm of an ice field and obtain the element emblem, and while he's at it, he also needs to gather 20 transformation stones and about 100 soul essences. Normally, a second transformation only requires 1 transformation stone, and that's already rare. These things don't just drop from monsters, they're mined from crystal veins, and the yield is quite low. His first stop from there is the shopping center, but when he arrives, Master Tang gives him the news that transformation stones are in short supply due to a surge in job advancements. However, Tang assures him he can get them within 3 days. The protagonist decides to make the most of the wait and start the emblem quest first to save time. He also places an order for soul essences at the exchange center. Since he's already there, he figures he might as well offload some of the loot that he hadn't had time to go through. Tang expects the usual pile of junk people bring in, but the moment our guy takes out the items, it's clear they are far from ordinary. At that moment, Tang finally understands why the mayor of Dongming insisted on treating our hero like royalty. The MC arrives at the secret realm's ice field, but a guard stops him and tells him to wait while he checks with the captain after hearing the situation. The captain refuses to let him in alone, since rules are rules after all. But then the guard shows him a special credential issued exclusively for our hero by the administration, which allows him to enter alone. The captain, now forced to accept reality, gives our guy the green light, although he can't help but wonder who this guy really is. The guard suggests he might be an inspector and, in a panic, the captain orders everyone to be on alert. Our hero, on the other hand, is relieved to have had the foresight to mention this to Old Feng and prepare the credentials in advance. For once, his future self doesn't have to suffer for the laziness of his past self. With that problem out of the way, he enters the realm. The interior is vast and majestic. Just as he is appreciating the scenery, he sees a movement. A hidden boss appears, and our guy prepares to fight, but before he can make a move, the knight-like figure suddenly stops and calls him Lord God. The MC is surprised, but the guy insists that our hero is his almighty Lord God, and introduces himself as the great mage Han Jin, a devoted follower. Our guy tries to understand the situation. Maybe his outfit resembles that of some evil gods and that would explain this mess. But Jin has a much more dramatic backstory to offer. He explains that he and his companions were ambushed and killed and, then, somehow, he woke up there. Since then, whispers have been eating away at his mind, driving him towards madness and an uncontrollable urge to kill. But the moment he saw the MC, the voices disappeared, and he was saved. Our hero processes all this and starts putting the pieces together. Based on what he knows about the attack on the Archmage's followers, it's very likely that Lord God is actually a title for the omnipotent Archmage. Jin, on the other hand, assumes our guy has come to rescue him. Our hero realizes and is actually there to kill Jin. Jin takes a moment to process this and, after taking his sweet time, comes to the conclusion that our guy has come to mercifully end his suffering. Our guy is completely clueless, which makes Jin assume he has lost his memory. But something, and, in fact, the protagonist is an archmage. He is after the elemental emblem, but before killing Han Jin, he assures him that if killing him is necessary, he won't take it personally, and in fact, it might even be a relief. But before that, he wants our hero to talk with him a little more. So, the MC asks about the past. Jin begins to recall how the Archmage used to casually stroll through the mortal world in human form just to hang out. People knew who he was, but they played along and pretended not to notice, because they actually enjoyed his company. Then, Jin asks about the protagonist's daily life. Our guy sums it up in the most exciting way possible, going to school, leveling up, and playing video games. He even offers to teach Jin how to play, before realizing the obvious, that there is no internet there. To finish him, they will play together. At the guild leaders' meeting, serious discussions are taking place. The topic is the high-level skills in the secret realms. Yan Chuan states the obvious. They are not strong enough to handle them, so Shou doesn't want anything to do with them. Shou finds this suspicious. Old Feng, however, isn't worried. He wants Shou. Do whatever he wants, but after he retires, which will be very soon. Then, Old Man Feng loses his patience. Back then, when Penge and Gaing threatened his family, no one stood by his side except the hero and Duan. But now that there's something valuable on the table, people suddenly care. He makes it clear that the hero owes them nothing. Jinsen then brings up another topic. He's heard that Old Man Feng is preparing to take on dungeons of a high level and wants to join. Lingua and Yan Chuan also express interest. Old Man Feng, who has experienced firsthand the hero's hellish training, knows exactly how brutal it is, but also how effective it turns out to be. Jin Cheng, on the other hand, watches him closely and tries to figure out if he gains a useful new skill, which is a barrier that makes him immune to all detection abilities. If nothing else, one thing is finally clear. The omnipotent Archmage is not some evil god, just a guy who wanted to live life his own way, just like the protagonist. Still, many things remain unclear. The true connection between the system and the Archmage is still a mystery, and the reason why Jin became a hidden boss in the secret realm is unknown. The only clue our hero has is Jin's pendant, as Jin's soul didn't disappear as it should have. Instead, divine protection kept it intact, and another for college students, and it brings together the best young adventurers in the country. And not only did university principals attend, the big shots from the 7 main guild, among them, a bus arrives with the representatives from Chinyu School. As soon as the MC and his team get out, the crowd erupts in intrigued murmurs. Our guy's system starts flooding him with notifications about block detection attempts, as if half the camp were trying to scan him like a QR code. Shu, Shui, and Lingua are among those left scratching their heads, as they can't read his level. Shixiang is just as curious. It's not just that our guy arrived and immediately stole the spotlight, but Shixiang has been obsessed with the battle video from Duan's secret realm. Even after running multiple simulations with the strongest players in his guild, none of them could imitate Duan's strength. And naturally, Shixiang and Shu want to know what it is. After the usual announcements for team registration, everyone moves into the hall for the predictably long speeches. Halfway through, Principal Shang decides he simply must know why the MC won't let anyone detect his level, but Principal Feng just smiles. Ever since Mukyu transferred to his school, Shang has been snooping around like an investigative journalist, but thanks to Feng's tight security, he hasn't found anything. Now, Shang is getting desperate and points out that many schools are watching and are eager to see what makes Qinyu so special. Meanwhile, Feng knows that Yue and the others have been in special training, but he has no idea how much stronger they've become. He's not too worried about Yu, Rui, or Mukyu, as they are already at the top of the rankings, but his real concern is whether our hero and the others will survive all this. The instructor begins to explain how the training camp works to the gathered students. Basically, it's all about teamwork, where teams of 5 people compete not only for individual points, but also for team points. And if you manage to get into the top 10 in the high school division, you get the chance to train with college students. But before all that, there's a little test, an evaluation in a special secret realm. The entry requirement is to be at or below the 3rd transformation level. To show everyone just how outclassed they are, a demonstration match is held with supernovas who were previously at the top of the rankings. These guys enter the secret realm, and they clear it like it's a daily chore. The other students watch in stunned silence. Among the elite is Shixian, the only high school student in the group. Old Man Feng wonders if they train these kids properly, they could start tackling high-level secret realms soon. The elite team doesn't just clear the realm, they demolish it and set a new record while making it look effortless. The audience can't stop talking about it. But while they're still trying to process what just happened, our hero suddenly finds himself being approached by Kai Yuchen, Don Min's niece and one of the top 5 from the record-breaking team. She's there because her uncle won't stop raving about the protagonist. The moment she starts talking to him, everyone's curiosity is piqued. Yuchen offers her help if he or his team ever needs anything. After that, one of her teammates suggests they call it a day and get some rest, but Yuchen isn't ready to leave yet. Shixian also decides to stay, which means the rest of their team has to stay too. And so, the assessment finally begins, and 6 teams enter the secret realm. But shortly after, the principals start since Shixian, no team has managed to get on the leaderboard, and at this point, the principals are practically pulling their hair out, watching. Then it's our guys' group's turn, and they enter a sort of swampy secret realm. Unlike these student teams that are running around like chickens with their heads cut off, professional teams actually have structure. Who's the assault team, also known as the muscle that crushes enemies and takes down powerful bosses to conquer the secret realms. The research team, basically the brains who uncover secrets and gather knowledge. Then there's don't get taken out. And finally, the support team, the unsung heroes who keep everyone alive by looking after them. Each team has 10 side quests, in addition to the main quest. The MC checks the research team's missions and finds the main objective, which is to defeat the final boss, for 50 points. It seems like a decent challenge, but he's more interested in unraveling the mystery behind the gods and this strange world. Since research lets him mix combat with brainpower, it's a win-win situation. The rest of the team also chooses research. Yuyi checks the list and notices 2 tasks that require them to capture live creatures. Our guy chooses the simpler option, which is to capture some crabs, for 10 points. In the hall, the principals, who just a moment ago looked like they were about to pray for divine intervention, suddenly perk up when our guy's team actually starts making progress. Yuchen now realizes her uncle was right about the MC. Jinjin nearly chokes when he sees them casually performing skills of orange level, but Old Man Feng corrects him that it's not about fancy tricks. These guys are just that good. Their teamwork, timing, and skill synergy are nearly flawless. And among them is our hero, who proves that a simple, well-placed strike can humble an enemy better than any overhyped technique. The guy's team plows through the monsters like it's nothing, and leaves the onlookers completely awestruck. Even the so-called boss monster, which was supposed to at least put up a fight, goes down just as easily. They did all that in under 10 minutes and set a new record. With that out of the way, they head back to turn in their quests. Upon returning, Mukyu starts clapping and is joined by Junju, and the others. Afterward, Mukyu starts hyping up our hero's team to anyone who will listen, while Junju claims he defended them online against the haters, which we obviously know is a complete lie. The principals, seeing their students looking genuinely happy, let out a sigh of relief. Then come the event where our did not even get student placements, instead they became teaching assistants. Meanwhile, our hero and his team are escorted to a guest house, because apparently the professor in charge of the research group has decided to be mysteriously absent. As they start to unpack, Old Feng shows up, with Jin Jun and several principals in tow. The guy who is guiding them takes one look at the group and struggles to process what is happening. The staff member guiding our hero and his team looks completely astonished, because right in front of him are the presidents of 3 of the top universities. Feng Yuanhui from Peking University, Tong Shi from Chilean University, and Wu Chen from Chongwu University. All of them surrounding our boy. Each one tries to outdo the other in their desperate race to recruit him. The MC, of course, looks like he would rather fight a monster than deal with this situation. That is because social skills are not exactly his strong suit. Fortunately, Old Feng senses his misery and suggests that the students should focus on training first, before discussing university admissions. The presidents pretend to agree, but each one is already scheming ways to make sure the others do not get their hands on our hero. The next morning arrives, but they both look like they have just been through a nightmare. It turns out their families have been calling them non-stop since dawn, and are anxious to know about their university decisions, because the top 3 universities contacted them directly. Poor Rui, on the other hand, has not slept at all thanks to the endless calls. Yuji and Tin are no better off, and Yuji is even still on the phone while everyone else's families are happy. The MC is there feeling a bit left out, but just as he is about to start his tragic protagonist moment, his phone rings. It is Kiwei. She asks how things are going, and then mentions that those same 3 universities contacted her about her plans. She did not call earlier because she knows he is a night owl. Hearing that, our hero feels special again. He asks for her opinion too. After this morning's chaos, all the students gather for the first phase of the special training, which is planning for the secret realms. These realms are mostly unexplored, which means that surprise attacks and potential death traps are just a part of it. The instructor makes it very clear. Follow orders, do not wander off, and definitely do not look for trouble. Before heading in, the teams are assigned, and Mukyu ends up on our boy's team. After that, they enter a nameless secret realm. While the others are busy fighting for their lives, our boy is busy taking notes. He is glued to his tablet and carefully recording the lizardman's stats. Mukyu watches Yuji and the others, and he realizes how much stronger they have become and feels a deep desire to catch up to them. Later, as they are settling down, our hero brings up his conversation with Kiwei. According to her, Chilean University has the best research team, but its strict management might make him feel like he is in prison. Peking University, on the other hand, offers more freedom, which sounds much more appealing. Before they can discuss it further, Tin suddenly wants them to check their class's group chat. The discussion turns to panic when Kiwei gets trapped in a secret realm because the entrance decided to mutate. The monster levels skyrocketed, and almost 100 people are trapped inside, and, to top it all off, the magical energy at the entrance is so chaotic that going in unprepared is just a way to self-destruct. The students rush to the guards and demand they do something. After all, Chi went in with them because they did not have enough support, and now they are all trapped. Safe and everyone's favorite, who insists he got out on his own skills and that Chi should do the same. And that's exactly when our boy arrives. The students update him, while the guy now realizes he might be in trouble and makes excuses. Our hero, however, isn't interested in listening. Instead, he grabs the guy's face and introduces it to the mud before the guy can even react. Another genius decides to step in, but Shanshu appears behind him like a silent executioner, and suddenly, no one is feeling brave. The MC then drags the guy across the ground, and Lupin, the vice president of the Era Guild, shows up and starts dragging the guy too. Our boy needs this guy conscious because he's actually going to lead him to Chi. At the entrance, another guard tries to stop them, but Lupin shows his credentials and, upon seeing them, the guy has no choice but to let them in. The moment they step inside, everyone feels an instant boost in their stats, but along with that comes a field effect, an annoying feature that interferes with everyone inside. Lupin, who has been here before, knows this realm wasn't supposed to have one, indicating this is the work of a mutation. While everyone else feels the pressure, our hero isn't even remotely concerned. His stats are so absurdly high that the field effect might as well be a gentle breeze. The others, however, aren't so lucky. If this keeps up, they won't last long, and he can only hope Chi is still holding on. With no time to waste, they decide to wake up their unwilling guide and make him actually do his job. A splash of cold water jolts the guy awake, and, as soon as he opens his eyes, he starts crying. He even starts begging for his life, as if that's going to change the leader's mind. But our hero keeps it simple and gives him two options: lead them there, or spend some quality time with the monsters. Deep inside the cave, a group of survivors is holed up, doing their best not to become monster food. She is among them and heals their wounds, and keeps everyone from completely losing their cool. They've been waiting for a rescue that seems to have gotten lost because so far no one has shown up. Their strategy is to hold their ground and hope the monsters don't attack them. Suddenly, which they do with terrible timing, a creature breaks through and immediately attacks a man, the father of a little girl in the group. The girl starts screaming and crying, but there's no time to grieve, as the monsters aren't exactly known for their patience. They all decide to run first and deal with the trauma later. Just as Chi and the girl are about to become the monster's next meal, an ice barrier suddenly appears around them. At that moment, the protagonist and his team calmly walk in and dive right into the action. Tinky and the others heal the wounded, while the girl collapses and cries over her father's body. There are only 20 survivors left who are barely holding on, and no one knows what happened to the others. Before anyone can even think about feeling safe, long, slimy tentacles slowly come into view. Yashin manages to cut the tentacle, but it starts healing immediately. To make matters worse, their exit is completely blocked now. Another tentacle tries to grab Chi, but before it can hit, our boy cuts it, and this time it doesn't regenerate. Lupin realizes that his method actually worked. The protagonist takes control, leads them forward, and they see a faint light ahead. Just as they start to feel hopeful, the final boss makes its entrance, which is a huge mass of writhing tentacles blocking their path. Everyone freaks out, but our hero is already figuring things out. He's sure this thing is the cause of all the chaos, and the only way out is to defeat it. The monster attacks first and he blocks it, but his sword shatters. For a moment, everything goes silent. Then, he summons another weapon and, with one swift strike, the monster crumbles and leaves behind some rewards. With the danger gone, they finally manage to get out. Some people break down and mourn the losses, while Lupin steps forward to thank the MC. The MC looks at Chi, who seems shaken, so he hands her the healing emblem to help boost her skills. The MC hands the emblem to Chi, and what should have made her feel grateful, but instead she just seems unsure. Lupin, on the other hand, is more surprised that our boy doesn't even flinch. Our hero just wants her to take it, and eventually, she gives in. The protagonist then decides it's time for some special training sessions for Chi, but the problem is that the training camp is extra strict and won't allow anyone out for over 2 months. He asks Lupin for an afternoon off, and to his surprise, Lupin not only agrees but even offers a few extra days, but our boy turns down the bonus. Just as things seem to be going well, a group of reporters appears out of nowhere and surrounds them. They want to know who defeated the monster. Lupin points directly at our hero, and just like that, he's suddenly buried under a flood of questions. Rui and Yue, who are standing on the side, watch his suffering. Rui seems slightly concerned, but Yue, on the other hand, is quite enjoying it. After that, the MC has returned to his room and is still trying to process the horror of his first real press attack, but then something clicks, and he remembers the skill book. The one that grants a fancy ability to block a fatal attack, albeit with an absurdly long cooldown. After absorbing it, the skill becomes even more interesting. Every 100,000 faith power points grant him 1 resurrection. He currently has a little over 4,000 points. Additionally, each world level increases his maximum faith power limit by 100,000 points. Faith power, from what he knows, is what gods get from their followers. It's not like he's planning to start a cult anytime soon, but he definitely needs to figure out how to cultivate this power, and for that, he decides Duan might be the best person to ask. Elsewhere in the city, Old Man Feng arrives to handle another mess. The guards inform him about Tianyi, who mysteriously disappeared years ago and has reappeared, and the first thing he does upon returning is start a fight. In his rage, he has injured several people and security staff, and according to initial assessments, his strength exceeds the 5th transformation. Old Man Feng approaches Tianyi, who recognizes him, but just as things are about to get serious, Old Man Feng's phone rings as he gets a call from Duan. Tianyi becomes enraged at being ignored by the old man. Old Man Feng learns that the mysterious hero is looking for him, but Tianyi, who has taken being ignored as the greatest insult of his life, prepares for an attack. Unfortunately for him, Old Man Feng is not the same as he used to be. With a swift flame attack, he cuts right through Tianyi's strike. Thanks to the hero's training, he has no time for prolonged battles, as the hero is waiting. Their attacks clash, but Tianyi, the ever-humble disciple of the Demon Lord, is absolutely outraged at being pushed into a corner by an old man, and before Tianyi can process the sheer shame of it all, Old Man Feng hits him with a fire blast, then very responsibly leaves the cleanup duty to the guards and takes off. He heads to the base of training and sits in the reception room with Duan, who informs him that the mysterious hero wants to make the high-level potion formulas public and, furthermore, he wants the management office to handle it. Old Man Feng knows their world is struggling in a vicious cycle to keep up with the chaos of the endless secret realms, which are becoming deadlier while adventurers keep throwing themselves into danger due to the need to conquer the secret realms. But these high-level potions could completely change the power structure. The world is a mess, but the hero apparently believes in giving people a fighting chance. Old Man Feng knows this is not a reckless decision, so he decides not to let the generosity of the hero go to waste. If the hero is going to make such a big move, the least they can do is implement a solid plan so things don't get out of hand. At the guild, Kangaroo Shiyu gets the news about the high-level experience and memory wipe potions, which are somehow being sold on the black market. The packaging may be different, but the effects are unmistakable. The problem is that there is only one person else, besides him, who knows how to make these potions, and that person is none other than the mysterious hero, which can only mean someone has been very, very clever, and Shiyu is not willing to allow it, so he orders an immediate investigation. Ju, being our guy's true childhood friend, simply can't resist teasing him about his interview video, the one he refuses to watch. But to his surprise, the public actually loves it. She even points out that most of the comments are praising him. Our hero, however, isn't completely convinced, but one thing is clear: his faith power has been skyrocketing ever since those interviews aired. So, like it or not, it looks like public appearances will be a part of his life now. As he walks through the training camp, the students greet him with newfound respect. Since his recent display of strength, no one dares to whisper behind his back anymore. Even the older students now call him Master. Meanwhile, in the city of Shanoi, Lon and Captain Joe check their phones, only to realize their city has been put in the spotlight, all thanks to that jerk. Lon steps out to take a call, while Joe notices Mayor Xiao sighing. Turns out, he's worried about the inevitable when our guy leaves for college. The mysterious boss will probably disappear too, and, to make matters worse, Duan has already returned to the villa, since he barely spends any time in the city. With all of them pulling away, Mayor Xiao is starting to feel anxious. Then Lon returns and looks absolutely stunned. It's because after that, in a meeting with the 7 guild leaders, Old Feng lays out the situation. He proposes talking to the officials and establishing a national alchemy workshop in collaboration with the mysterious hero. The guild leaders are thrilled about having some stability in potion prices and supply. Until now, the Kangaroo Guild had a monopoly on potion formulas, which put everyone else under a lot of pressure. Now they finally have a way out. Chiu agrees, but he raises a somewhat awkward question about the hero's true motive and shares how high-level potions have already appeared on the black market, implying that the hero might have known these formulas for quite some time. The room falls silent. The black market isn't exactly a friendly neighborhood trading post. It's a place where laws are just polite suggestions and dangerous people can get their hands on things they really shouldn't. Feng Shou points out the real issue, that regardless of whether it was intentional, these potions are already in the wrong hands. Old Feng decides they need to investigate and, once Lon completes her training, she'll be the one to lead it. But Joe wasn't about to let Old Feng have total control. He makes it very clear that letting a powerful individual operate without supervision is a terrible idea. No matter how Old Feng plans to handle this, Joe plans to send people from his guild to cooperate with Shiyu's guild on the investigation and, if they find out the mysterious hero is involved, Old Feng had better be prepared to take responsibility. To his credit, Old Feng doesn't argue. Elsewhere, the MC and his party are exploring a secret realm, and there they discuss the potions. Tin, who knows his brother's obsession with order, assures him that the potion records are well guarded and there have been no signs of leaks. Rui shares that his family's potions are handled by him and his grandfather, with constant verification. Mukyu also proudly states that he counts the potions 2 times a day. Our guy, of course, never really cared much about these potions, but everyone else clearly did. Thanks to his incredible monitoring, he can confirm exactly where they've been going, and that leads to a very worrying realization, that aside from him and the Kangaroo Guild, Someone else out there also knows these recipes. A hooded figure in the dark corners of the black market is surprised that the 7 main guilds are making such a big deal over a single potion. The other guy assures him that humans are ignorant. In fact, he already tested the potion right under their noses and they didn't even notice. Just as they're discussing their evil plans, some people show up looking for a young assassin who came to buy potions, but who hasn't been seen since. Naturally, the hooded figure, who seems to be their leader, assumes they're here to cause trouble, so he decides to show his monster form and, in seconds, grabs both the guy and the girl and ends their lives. The guy who had brought them apologizes to the leader, but he just wants the guy to clean up the mess. The bodies are dragged away and thrown into a creepy ritual circle, along with a bunch of other unfortunate souls. They're basically just lying there, while the leader and his group wait for the next batch of warriors to awaken and to set their grand plan in motion. The leader then leaves and sneaks into someone's brain and is ready to continue with his so-called brilliant plan. A few days that have been sold on the black market, and the sellers have disappeared. Duan thinks they probably went into hiding after hearing about the investigation, and of course, he feels pretty embarrassed for not handling something as simple as this himself. Just as he's drowning in self-pity, his phone rings again and it's Lan, and she doesn't have any new leads either. The protagonist is surrounded by students while having lunch in the cafeteria, who seem to be arrogant and cold type that people expect. Our guy, on the other hand, is fully aware that these students are the country's elite. In the future, when he's climbing the ranks and gathering power, having them on his side could come in handy. He's basically doing a bit of networking. Yuchen is also among them and can't resist asking how many guild invitations he's racked up. However, the MC isn't interested in joining any guild. Another student assumes he's planning to start his own guild, or maybe Yue's guild is his team's official base, but our guy corrects them, saying it's still Yue's guild and that his team is just using the name for some time. This somehow sparks another idea, and suddenly the students are eager, asking if they can join Yue's guild too. By the time lunch is over, it feels less like a meal, and more like a job fair where our hero accidentally became the hiring manager. Not that he's complaining, he only came to the training camp to scout some promising candidates and things have gone much better than he expected. With Cheng out of the picture, Yue now has full control of her guild, which means he can use it as his personal support squad. Cheng's disappearance is just tragic for him, because first his father was caught, conspiring with some shady figures, and then investigators found a dark magic formation in the homes of him and his followers. Now there's an arrest warrant out for them, and Yue has already kicked them out of the guild, which saves him the trouble of dealing with that whole mess. About the potion-making equipment Duan found there, and the high-level experience potions that are all packaged exactly like the ones from the Kang Rui Guild. Duan suspects the potions are being leaked from there, but that's not the most disturbing part. Duan also found strange circular marks on the ground, which are nests for parasitic demons. These small creatures attach themselves to other life forms, take control of their thoughts and actions, and once they hatch, you can't tell who's infected, which means some have already infiltrated human society. Meanwhile, at the Kang Rui Guild, Shiyu and Fan Cho have been waiting for a long time for any update on the investigation. Just then, Old Juan, the same man whose brain was hijacked by the leader of the parasitic demons, walks in and suddenly turns into a mess of tentacles. Old Juan is basically a puppet now and is completely under the control of the parasitic demon leader, and luckily for this evil parasite, Cho happens to be there too, next to Shiyu, and is already imagining the power boost he'll get from sacrificing them both. Meanwhile, back at the black market, Duan updates Lan with some news about parasitic demons, about how they're not very threatening individually, but once they start to multiply, they acquire this incredible ability called Swarm, that, basically, turns them into an unstoppable nightmare. The more of them there are, the stronger they get, and of course, the one who nurtures them benefits the most. So far, these abominations have been laying low, using high-level potions as bait to lure in unsuspecting human hosts, according to the so-called mysterious hero. The only way to detect them, once they reach a certain level of power, is through specific instruments or spells, and to get rid of them, divine artifacts are a must, which are super rare items blessed by gods or divine beings. Lan, however, remains optimistic that if the hero mentioned it, then there must be a way to get one. Our boy is deep in thought as he digs through the Demon Lord's memories. He recalls how troublesome the parasite demons are. They share damage with their hosts, meaning if one is fatally wounded, the pain and the injury are simply transferred to their unfortunate meat puppet. This is where divine artifacts come in handy, as they can suppress this ability and forcibly separate the demon from its host. But the protagonist can't think of a single existing artifact that fits the description. Then, Duan calls and reports a huge surge of dark power that has emerged in Kang Rui's guild, exactly as our hero predicted. On top of that, all communication with the people inside, including Shiyu, is completely cut off, making things even more suspicious. A group of obviously suspicious acting adventurers are now lurking around the guild. Our boy instructs Duan to keep everyone away. He then heads. Juan has Shoujo and a whole squad of controlled clan members neatly gathered. The protagonist arrives and, as expected, anyone foolish enough to attack him is taken down faster than they can regret their decisions. The leader recognizes our hero from the videos. Our boy, however, is more interested in the large number of controlled people. He knows that using a destruction curse would be useless and would only turn them into living shields for the parasites. He wonders if the weapon he's about to use could, technically, be considered a divine artifact. But it's still worth a shot, only for the protagonist to block him. This, naturally, enrages the leader. Our hero already knows that normal weapons won't work against this thing. The leader, however, is very confident that our boy's weapon is just an ordinary one. So to show him firsthand, the MC opens the dark gate and summons a high-level demon lord. The leader is busy monologuing to himself as the gate opens, and our hero is just standing there, lost in thought. He's already realized that this high-level demon lord is supposed to be important, like a top lieutenant of the evil god, and usually receives divine artifacts to handle those parasite demons, and, since the dark gate is a forbidden summoning technique, he really hopes it doesn't decide to fail at the worst possible moment. Finally, the gate opens and a tiny creature comes out. Our boy and the leader look at it, and both are equally dumbfounded at the sight of the almighty great demon lord. The leader's confusion turns to outright amusement when, moments later, the little thing falls to the ground, bursts out laughing, and mocks the MC for summoning a pet by mistake. But before he can finish his laugh, reality hits him in the face, because the very next second, then, to make matters worse, the little demon lord starts to swallow him whole. Our boy watches the scene and can see that this little guy is more effective than any fancy artifact bestowed by the gods. The leader, who was once powerful and boasted about taking over the world, is now a crying mess. He takes it all back and swears that everything he said before was just harmless talk. Our hero starts recording him. Under pressure, the leader spills all the details. Apparently, old Juan and his team invaded their secret realm before, and, while they were busy feeling proud of themselves, he secretly parasitized Juan and snuck into this world. At first, he laid low, discreet in the black market, because the random disappearance of people tends to raise questions. But once it got stronger, it skipped the typical incubation process and started controlling humans directly by injecting larvae, which gave it enough courage to target the Kangaroo Guild. Now it's sobbing and begging the MC to save it. This whole embarrassing downfall is being broadcast live to the 7 guild leaders, including Old Feng, as none of them have any idea how to properly contain a parasitic demon. They decide to let our hero clean up the mess as usual. They finally admit that without him, not only their guilds, but the whole world would probably be doomed. Old Feng meets up with our guy at the training base with good news. Apparently, the country is setting up a fancy new company to make high-level potions, and the one getting the lion's share of the profits is none other than our mysteriously powerful hero. The protagonist thinks it's a pretty sweet deal, not that he'd say no to free money. Anyway, Old Feng also shares that a big ceremony is being planned in his honor at the end of the training camp, because obviously his legendary achievements deserve some applause. And there's also the press who are eager to get an interview with him. Hearing that, our guy senses the perfect opportunity to get some faith power and asks the old man to arrange those interviews. Once business is settled, he gets ready to go back to training, but before that, he hands over the great demon lord to Duan and trusts him to watch over the creature. However, Duan is not thrilled about babysitting a demon that's undoubtedly stronger than him. He feels a bit competitive and silently vows to train harder. The MC reflects on the demon lord's ability. The creature's mere presence seems to have an effect on the territory that weakens its enemy's will, but since it's useless when not in use, our guy concludes there's no reason to suppress it for no reason. He also notices the creature has taken a liking to sniffing Han Yin's pendant, which is, honestly, a bit weird. In a moment of inspiration, he names it Momo. Our hero is back at the training camp, where he unexpectedly runs into a young woman looking for the hero. It turns out she's not just any girl. She's Professor Saiyan, an important figure at the University of Beijing and a consultant for the 7 guilds. Rula recognizes her instantly, as she was once her father's classmate. Despite her youthful appearance, she's a legend in secret realm research, and has made significant contributions to theory and technology. Saiyan had been immersed research inside a secret realm, which is why she missed all the recent chaos. But after arriving and hearing about the protagonist's feats, she was there to meet him in person. Our guy remembers seeing her name in the training camp's introduction and had imagined she'd be a strict, older academic. However, she turns out to be surprisingly friendly. Seiyan then invites our hero to breakfast, which consists of dishes made from monster ingredients. As they eat, they chat about how Teacher Lee, for once, didn't wake them up at an ungodly hour. It turns out that poor Lee has been stuck in the lab since last night thanks to Seiyan's return. She had him working non-stop, and now he's sulking with jealousy, because she didn't even bother to wake up the MC and the others. After that, at the breakfast table, Seiyan is busy showering. Our guy with praise for his heroic feat alongside Yue. To top it off, she reveals she's brought them some special gifts from the secret realm and takes them to the research lab. In the lab, Teacher Lee feels the pressure of having teaching assistants inspecting his workplace. Just as he's trying to maintain his dignity, Hanyan's pendant suddenly emits a faint energy fluctuation. Seiyan pulls our guy aside to look at some stones. At first glance, the stones she's so excited about look like just broken pieces lying around. But the more our hero looks at them, the stronger his hunch gets that they aren't just random rocks. They might be pieces of some wall, ancient or broken statue, and the remains of a civilization lost in time. Jan is already thinking the same thing. Usually secret realms are just playgrounds for monsters or strange mini-worlds, but this place is giving off the vibe of a forgotten kingdom. Some fragments like these had appeared before in the Valley of Defeat, but that place was a death trap, full of monsters waiting to tear you apart. No one with any common sense would dare to venture too deep, yet she suspects that an entire city might be buried under the valley. The MC finds the idea interesting, although it seems too coincidental, as if the universe were trying to give clues only to him. He takes a closer look at a broken crystal, and his Hanjin pendant begins to absorb the faint energy fluctuations from it. That's enough confirmation for him to check out this secret realm personally. When they arrive at the location, Yan introduces him to her research team. The three of them look like kids meeting their idol, practically glowing at the sight of our boy. Meanwhile, Kiwei is awkwardly lurking at the edge, wondering why she's even there. He reassures her, telling her that she belongs there, because obviously they wouldn't have brought her just for decoration. As they take a break to rest, a monster appears. Shanshu, something much more interesting. They're not just standing on random ruins, but the actual remains of an ancient civilization. Yan analyzes the situation that the city was attacked and taken over by monsters, and if history is on a cyclical mode, their own world could be next on the list. Our heroine shares his concern. He recalls the Kangaroo Guild's trial secret realm, another place that was once home to a thriving civilization before being reduced to ruins. While he's still trying to make sense of it all, his pendant starts reacting again. He follows the pull and finds another crystal fragment stuck in the ruins. But before they can inspect it more closely, a wave of dark energy sweeps through the air. They advance cautiously and end up in front of a platform emitting bad vibes. The MC immediately realizes it's a summoning circle, meant to call upon an evil god, and this one feels much worse than any he's seen before. The monsters launch an attack, and Yashin tells Rui to be careful, but Rui is completely unconcerned. With our boy handling the rear, he treats this whole thing like a practice session. So the duo takes the front, Jan and her team hold the back line, while Yui decides she's going to take on the boss monster by herself. Our boy wants her to give it a try while he secures the rear. It's not that he's worried, as their special training has turned them into a team that not even monsters want to mess with. Judging by the way the creatures hesitate, they might be reconsidering their life choices. Yui wastes no time. She leads the charge, using a sandstorm to blind the boss monster. Just as it's staggering, her arrow pierces through the chaos and hits it dead on. Meanwhile, a few minutes earlier, another team spots the same monster they had killed before in a desperate attempt to get ahead of the MC's group. They rush in, looking for something called the Heart of the World. Just as they get close to the exit, they detect a life signal, only for the secret realm to suddenly decide it's had enough of them and start rejecting them. Before they is too busy admiring his pendant as it absorbs the crystal's energy to notice anything. Jan has also caught a strange sound from the direction they just came from. The weird part is that there are guards outside the secret realm, so logically, no one else should have been able to sneak in. Noticing something is wrong, they decide to investigate. Sure enough, they find footprints leading towards the exit, only to suddenly disappear. A girl informs Jan that the guards didn't notice anyone sneaking in, but Jan and the others can see a set of footprints that start right where the monster mess begins. That means someone either waltzed in through the front door like they had a VIP pass, or pulled off some flashy teleportation trick. And judging by all the monster corpses decorating the area, whoever it was clearly wasn't just stopping by for a friendly chat and cookies. Jinsen and Old Man Feng also show up, take one look, and immediately agree that only someone powerful could have pulled this off. But the strangest part is that the intruders didn't even bother to loot properly. It looks like they did everything at top speed, took only the best stuff, and left the rest. That kind of strategy isn't just for the strong. It requires a level of coordination that most teams can only dream of. Wang Bo is convinced that aside from our guy and his crew, no one else could pull something like this off. Then Jan throws out a theory about the possibility that the intruders might not even be from their world. At first, it sounds a little far-fetched, but after stumbling upon relics from other realms just chilling there, it's not exactly a stretch anymore. If there really are other worlds out there, some might be just like theirs or maybe 10 steps ahead with shiny tech and bigger problems. Now the protagonist isn't too surprised, since he has the Demon Lord's memories rattling around in his brain, so he already knows about the whole multiple worlds thing. But the idea that people can just pop in from other realms whenever they feel like it is a new headache. If these visitors come in peace, great. If not, well, that means they've just unlocked a new set of interdimensional enemies. And of course, nobody knows what these guys want, or if they'll ever come back. Jinsen and Old Man Feng, on the other hand, have their own little agenda. They want Yue's guild to step up and replace the Kangaroo Guild as one of the 7 great guilds. With the Kangaroo and Fan Show guilds still in shambles after the Parasite Demon disaster and Show running off without naming a successor. That's a golden opportunity, however. Yue doesn't agree. She very politely reminds them that she's just a high school student running a small guild, not some legendary leader. But Jinsen assures her that the senior guild members will help her out. Yue turns to our hero for advice, and he wants her to do whatever she thinks is right. But somehow, that's enough for Yue, and she agrees to give it a try. Shen and Ting process the sudden change in their destinies, but for our hero, this is a huge victory. Yue's inclusion in the 7 great guilds boosts his grand plan for faith power, and he couldn't be happier. But just as he's enjoying his moment, he suddenly hears a voice. A quick look around confirms no one else is reacting. It turns out to be Han Jin's voice. Then he notices the pendant has stopped absorbing energy from the crystal. No idea why, but at least the crystal still looks the same. Just as he starts to question it, he hears Han Jin again. When he asks what's going on, Jin explains that the crystal just restored itself, and it's not just any crystal, that thing is the heart of the world. Han Jin describes the heart of the world as the planet's personal life support system, in case everything goes south. It was made by the very rules of the universe to keep things from falling apart. If the world ever faces a crisis, the heart steps in like a cosmic repairman, but if it's destroyed, that's game over for the planet. And those universal laws it carries within are actually where divine power comes from. Back in the good old days, even gods used it to bring back their most loyal fans or followers from the dead. There's more cool stuff in it, but unfortunately, Han Jin's memory chooses that exact moment to crash and burn. No matter how hard he tries, the rest of the information just isn't loading. The protagonist wants Han Jin to focus on getting better, but Han Jin is stuck in self-pity mode. The lost part of his memory also bothers the MC, and he thinks it might be a side effect of the way he was brought back to life. Meanwhile, Xian's team finishes their investigation and finds absolutely nothing, just a bunch of abandoned buildings. Jinsen suggests closing the secret realm before it attracts any unwanted visitors, and Wang Bo feels the same way. Old Man Feng looks to Yue for her thoughts, and she nods nervously. So they seal the secret realm and head back. Our hero returns to the professor's dorm and takes a bath. When he's done, Han Jin is still stuck in apology mode. But he suddenly remembers the missing part. It turns out that resurrecting someone with the heart of the world isn't all sunshine and rainbows, but comes with a nasty side effect. Since the heart also contains dark power, the gods who bring back their followers receive a strong backlash, sometimes even turning into evil gods themselves, and in the end are forced to kill the very people they resurrected. The MC, who is already an evil god, isn't too worried about the becoming evil part, but if Han Jin finds out, she'll probably be even sadder. Then, our guy remembers something. He has a skill that makes him immune to the consequences of the dark power, so he asks Han Jin if the resurrection only affects him, or if it could also affect Han Jin. Han Jin has no idea. Our hero then, in an attempt to comfort him, just wants him to focus on living. If problems arise, they'll solve them later. But there's still something important he has to tell him. Our hero reveals the truth to Han Jin that the gods have labeled him an evil god, and that his spells are forbidden curses. However, Jin doesn't believe it. He's convinced that our boy is the only decent one around, while the so-called righteous ones are too busy chasing their selfish dreams, letting their own people die in pointless wars, and he swears to stand by his side. No matter what, even if it means jumping into the fire. Our boy promises to protect his people from more disasters. Later, our hero is still trying to process this whole thing. On a world level, it's just a fancy way of saying how much the gods care about a world if a world manages to impress them. By passing their ridiculous trials, it receives divine blessings, power, and civilization upgrades. Han Jin breaks the news that their world barely makes the cut. The strongest fighters here barely reach level 150, and their best weapons are stuck at orange grade. In short, they're playing on beginner mode. While the gods are busy raising other worlds to legendary status, but Jin is convinced that with our hero on the scene, things are finally looking up. Speaking of outdated things, Jin points out that the protagonist's gear is basically prehistoric by divine standards. If he really wants to make an impact, he needs divine-grade weapons which are crafted and refined by dedicated followers like Jin. Our boy remembers an enhancement tag on Jin's pendant, and following his guidance, he unlocks its hidden divine power, and just like that his mental stats skyrocket, almost reaching his total attributes. Jin promises to look for better materials to upgrade it even further, but for the full set upgrade, they'll need to find a few more devout followers. The next morning, our hero enters an unknown secret realm and slays monsters like it's nothing. Everyone, including Luping and Salon, just stand there watching as if he just broke reality. The protagonist, on the other hand, wants more secret realms to clear. Ping explains that their group is already way ahead of the others, and today's speedrun has left the committee in shambles. The other students are so fed up with how unfairly strong our heroes overpowered one, but unfortunately for them, they were caught. Relieved that no one is trying to poach our boy, the MC attends his favorite class. The lesson is about battle skills, how much damage they deal, and how to calculate the numbers behind it. It sounds boring, but not when you live in a world where even a single % of extra damage could save your life. Since their world level is basically bottom tier, they don't have the luxury of wasting anything. Every little resource is like pure gold to our hero, fighting against impossible odds, but the entire training system is based on these ideas, and it has helped shape some pretty impressive adventurers. So, Han Jin decides it's time for him to hit the books too. After class, our hero and Yu are hanging out when they run right into Shisho. The guy has barely spoken to our protagonist during the training camp, but here he is now, looking nervous. He thanks the MC for saving the guild. Chikion then starts having an existential crisis. He had distanced himself from our hero because of Shiyu, and looked down on anyone close to him. Now, after reflecting, he has realized that the dumbest person in this whole situation was, in fact, himself. If he had played his cards right, maybe his guild wouldn't have needed to be rescued in the first place. Meanwhile, our boy is just standing there, completely clueless about what's going on in Chikion's head, because, honestly, they barely know each other. And then, out of nowhere, Chikion hands over a fragment of the world's heart as a gift to the protagonist. Our hero remembers his previous conversation with Han Jin, where Jin explained that when a world is destroyed, the fragments of its heart are scattered. If our boy can gather enough of them, he could reopen the entrance to that lost world. Apparently, Saiyan had already done something similar without realizing it, which explained how the intruders got there in the first place. Han also mentioned that since the Archmage had claimed the secret realm first, the cosmic laws basically sent the intruders back where they came from. The MC then thanks Shikyong. The next morning, they arrive at their destination, thanks to our hero's genius. Everything should be fine, probably. Our boy decides to speed up Jin's recovery because having another strong ally is never a bad thing. They enter a secret realm and brace themselves for ruins, destruction, and general apocalyptic vibes. Instead, they find a massive, breathtaking landscape that looks like it hasn't seen a single day of chaos. They decide to move forward, only to realize that what lies ahead isn't just some random place, but an entire city. The guard at the gate looks suspiciously human, which makes Yue wonder if they've been thrown into some random illusion. But Han Jin is pretty sure that if the world's heart dropped them here, then this has to be the real deal. The guard has already identified them as clueless adventurers from another world. Their strange outfits and complete lack of direction basically scream that they're not from around here. You can't blame the guard either, because it's not uncommon for strangers to show up, but they usually don't look like they just graduated from middle school. Naturally, Saiyan takes that as a personal attack. Unfortunately for her, with her height, she could pass for a lost kid at a festival, so it's not like the guard is wrong. The guard warns them to stay out of trouble and, most importantly, to keep their little girl from causing chaos. Upon entering the city, they come across a large statue of Arlita, the Brave, the so-called Daughter of the Heavens and Guardian of the Empire. Our boy doesn't recognize the language written on it, yet he somehow reads it perfectly. Hanin explains that it's a link created by the world's heart, and that they haven't taken a wrong turn into a parallel dimension. Jin turns to the inscription, which tells the story of how a demonic tide once flooded the world with darkness and fear. Then, Arlita appeared, wiped out the demons, and basically became the medieval version of a celebrity. Just as they're admiring her greatness, Rui spots something weird on a tree, nearby with a sign telling them to run. But before he can warn the others, the message vanishes as if it was never there. The MC also has a gut feeling that something is wrong with the townspeople and, lo and behold, his instincts are spot on, because in the blink of an eye they transform into monsters. It turns out their peaceful stroll through the town was nothing more than an elaborate illusion. The creatures waste no time and lunge at them, but our boy cuts them down. Yashin, on the other hand, gets ready to fight, only for his trusty axe to shatter into pieces. That's when he realizes he's not prepared for this fight and accepts his impending doom, and he braces himself, only for the monsters to freeze mid-attack, stopped by Hanjin's magic. Hanjin informs the protagonist about the undead adventurers, and now it's clear that these guys aren't just simple troublemakers, but come from a higher-level world, which is not great, considering our boys' team isn't even close to being ready to face them. Seeing how things are going south quickly, Hanjin offers to handle them himself, using what little energy he has left, to appear in the real world for a short period. As soon as he does, Xin and Yue look like they've seen a ghost, which, given the situation, isn't entirely unreasonable. But our hero assures them to take it easy, since Hanjin is not their enemy. Hanjin then raises his staff and launches some crystal shards at the undead. The moment they touch them, the creatures freeze. Among them, one woman stands out, or is eerily similar to the statue they saw earlier. She scans the scene and detects Hanjin as the strongest one there, but Hanjin corrects her, saying he's not the strongest, though he's still more than enough to handle this mess. This infuriates her, and she flies into a rage. She starts ranting about how foolish it is to believe in gods and launches herself straight at him. Hanjin traps her in a water spell. She notices her speed is decreasing, which only infuriates her more, but Hanjin has already figured out that the real she vanishes, leaving behind only her weapon. Just as Hanjin reaches for it, a strange power erupts from the weapon. The woman is very much alive and enjoying her act, like a drama queen who just pulled off the ultimate fake death. She used Divine Doom, a weapon that conveniently absorbed Hanjin's power and brought her back to life. As long as that thing exists, so will she. Our guy checks on Hanjin, who assures him that he's fine, aside from not having a solid body anymore. Apparently, the weapon drained so much of his energy that he can't even maintain a physical form. With that in mind, the MC decides it's time to take a closer look at this so-called Divine Doom. The woman smirks, expecting another fool to fall right into her trap, but the moment our hero touches the weapon, her smile vanishes. He asks her if something is wrong. She stares at him like he's grown a second head, because not only can he see her, but the weapon isn't absorbing a single drop of his energy. Instead, it's trembling like a cornered rat. The system informs our guy that Divine Doom is an endgame relic, and gives him the option to absorb it. He decides to hold off and instead demands answers from the woman. Yue and Yan notice that all the undead adventurers have suddenly stopped moving. The woman then begins her sob story. Her world was once peaceful, except for the occasional monster attacks that were nothing they couldn't handle. One day, her teammate, Callan, received a system notification about a god who had shown interest in him. Suspiciously, no one else saw it, but divine blessings don't come around every day. So Callan happily accepted and left. Arlita got emotional, but the others cheered her up because, well, life goes on. And then life didn't. The monsters returned stronger, their country was torn apart, and people were dying left and right. She waited for Kylan, or the gods to show up and save the day, but nothing happened. Eventually, she was fed up and used Divine Doom as a last resort to drive away the monsters. It worked, but with the side effect of the entire country being cursed. In a moment of desperation, she experimented with a little harmless dark power to fix things, but that went sideways too, and slowly corrupted her consciousness. And that, folks, is how you accidentally turn your home into a terrifying secret realm, where adventurers keep wandering in only to be turned into undead. Just then, Kalen appears and demands our guy hand over the weapon. Our guy makes it clear that Divine Doom belongs to him, but Kalen insists it's his weapon, one he left behind to be refined. When words don't work, he starts threatening the protagonist. Hanjin explains to our hero that this is the divine power of the true essence spirit line. Meanwhile, Arlita apologizes for any offense and asks our guy to help her uncover the truth. He suggests a simple solution. She can just ask Kaylin herself, by borrowing a special skill that will let her take control of his mind for a little while. The catch is that she'll completely disappear afterward. Arlita agrees immediately. Our hero then transfers the skill, and in no time, she's back in her original body. Kaylin, upon seeing her, looks like someone just slapped him with a dose of reality. She demands a straight answer, but Kaylin instead asks if Arlita is being controlled by an evil god. Arlita, who's already short on patience, decides talking won't help and lets her fists do the job. She pummels him again and again until he's lying on the ground, then starts an interrogation. Kaylin, however, keeps clinging to his excuses and insists that he didn't abandon them, but was caught up in a very important trial, and by the time he realized their world was falling apart, it was just so inconvenient for him to do anything about it. Then comes the Oscar-worthy monologue about how hard life was after leaving his world, how he was once the strongest but suddenly became the weakest under the gods, but Arlita isn't buying it. She knows he's dodging the real issue, and that his obsession with the divine doom never faded. Kaylin tries to put another spin on it, saying he left a magic mark on the weapon, and only came running because it disappeared. He swears he just wanted to get stronger, and was afraid the gods would abandon him, but his true motives aren't exactly pure. The MC shuts him up with a heavy blow, and Arlita offers him the divine doom. However, our hero wants her to focus on more important things, like providing answers about the world's heart and clearing up some questions for his team. Arlita was so sure that Kaylin being chosen by the gods was an incredible honor, but now she's realized the harsh truth that the gods don't treat all worlds equally. Arlita wants to help Kaylin find eternal peace, and then she disappears. Juve, however, is worried because even with the gods' blessing, Arlita's world could collapse and burn. And if that happens, what about theirs? But the protagonist wants her not to worry. With that, everyone sets off. Kaylin, he has recognized our guy as the almighty archmage, or so he thinks, and now he's very curious, so he decides to investigate. At the guild leaders' meeting, this is the first time Yue is participating and, as expected, she's nervous. Lingua starts by giving an update on Jean's report, about how the gods love to choose lucky people in different worlds, granting them blessings and sometimes allowing them to reach higher realms. But the real issue is that the gods just want more followers to worship them, turning those chosen ones into their personal puppets. Loyunin is tired of it because, if the gods are so helpful, maybe they should just stay out of it. Lingua, on the other hand, feels a bit embarrassed about depending so much on our hero. Yue then takes the stage and talks about Han Jin's work. According to him, they've compared their strength to the monster's strength, and the conclusion is that their world should have been destroyed years ago. She explained, even after all this, humanity was still at a disadvantage, but here they are, still standing, not because they were lucky, but simply a miracle at this point. And Yue starts to panic and wonders if she just said something wrong, but then everyone starts clapping and just like that her confidence returns. With the spotlight off her, they move on to discussing how to deal with any god that appears in their path. After all, they've learned from the best not to trust anyone, not even the divine. Elsewhere, the Holy Spirit is watching over the city while looking for the omnipotent mage, also known as our guy, in case you didn't catch that. Then, somehow, he senses that his secret trial realm is nearby. Shikshan is at the Kangaroo Guild, the same guild that fell apart overnight, and, instead of moping about it, he decides to work harder, to get stronger and help the guild rise from the ashes, just as he starts mentally preparing for all the work ahead. A rift opens and the Holy Spirit appears. Shikshan prepares to attack, but the spirit introduces himself as the master of the trial realm and a god. Shixiong remembers seeing the spirit's face in videos and realizes this guy has control over the trial realm. He figures the spirit must have heard his prayers. Although the spirit doesn't seem impressed by any of that, he just wants Shixiong to prove he's worthy of the blessing he offers. Shixiong accepts whatever he demands. However, the Holy Spirit acts cautiously because he knows that the Archmage is cunning and not easy to fool. Since Kylan's power is much weaker than his true form, he decides to call in some backup. Shixian's first task is to find none other than our hero. Shixian knows the protagonist, but not on a personal level, so the spirit wants him to follow and report on everything he learns, and he warns Shixian that our hero is an evil god who has destroyed countless worlds. Shixian's mind races as he remembers how the spirit might have been the one who stopped the evil god from entering the trial realm before. The Holy Spirit then reveals that he sensed an intrusion into the divine realm and tried to investigate, but something blocked his efforts, so he suspects the Archmage is behind it all. He then learns from Shixiong that Duan and a friend of our guy completed the trial, so he tries to manipulate Shixiong into thinking the honor should have been his and offers him a chance to claim it, but only if Shixiong swears loyalty to him. Shixiong accepts without a second thought. The Holy Spirit wants Shixiong to share everything with. Hears about Shixiong's incarnation. Hanyin explains that gods usually use their followers as incarnations, since their shared mind helps them survive longer. However, the MC assumes that gods can use anyone as an incarnation. Shixiong also assures him that he's not worried about the Holy Spirit discovering his betrayal, as he has tested him several times so far, and everything has turned out fine. Although he suspects the spirit might be feigning ignorance, he doesn't care about that. He then advises our guy to be on alert. Han Yin explains that new followers like Shixiong are still building their faith and have weak connections, which makes them unreliable, but also hard to expose. The MC thanks Shixiong, and the gesture inspires Shixiong, who can't help but admire how unfazed this guy is by the situation. Shixiong's brother still can't believe that our guy could be the evil god. Meanwhile, knowing his true identity, our guy is ready for the gods to come for him. If the gods want to challenge him, he's more than prepared to face them head-on. Our hero knows that the longer Shixiong stays in Kalan, the more likely things are to get messy, so they need to take care of Kalan as soon as possible. However, Hanyin is too relaxed about it, assuring our guy that they actually have an advantage, because when high-level beings enter a lower realm, their power is reduced by the universe itself. Even deities can't cheat this rule. To become stronger, they need orders from followers, praying to them. But the protagonist is built differently. He's a local, which means he can use his full power whenever he wants, so as long as these wannabe gods don't gain a fanbase, they're not a real threat to him. The real problem is that the secret trial realm has divine protection. It's that attack he felt earlier. Not only did it hit him, but it pierced through time and space and went straight to the Holy Spirit's divine realm. As long as the Holy Spirit stays inside, they can't do anything, so the only solution is to draw him out. Our hero then starts to devise a plan. In terms of power, he's not stressed, since he has a ton of forbidden spells, which means he can take on the spirit without any problems. There's one skill that worries him, and it's that the Holy Spirit can launch a mental attack that freezes weaker enemies in place. The weaker you are, the longer you stay stuck like an idiot. And since our boy's actual level on paper is pretty low, that could be a problem. If the Holy Spirit catches him off guard, he might not even get the chance to cast a single spell. To be safe, he needs a resistance spell, but the problem is that mental defense spells aren't that common. For now, he heads back to the training base. Angie examines Momo, and shares that Momo isn't just a mysterious and cute creature, it's a chaos beast from the dark world, which allows it to create an impenetrable chaotic field and block all destruction. Basically, it's a walking apocalypse stronger than most realm bosses, and fully capable of annihilating entire worlds. Hearing that, Duan immediately enters max panic mode, but Hanjin assures him it's no big deal. Momo is completely calm now thanks to the MC. To make things even weirder, Hanjin suggests Duan give Momo a bath, since it enjoys it. Hanjin even tried it himself, and got closer to Momo that way. Duan just stares wordlessly. Meanwhile, on the other hand, the MC is more focused on something else. Ever since the Arlita Secret Realm incident happened, everyone's attitude towards the gods has changed. Even Duan's, who doesn't seem the least bit concerned about the coming of the real essence Holy Spirit, and that's a relief for him, since at least now it won't be easy for the gods to frame him. With that settled, he heads to the base's secure research line to look for mental resistance spells. At the Kangri Guild, the Holy Spirit is in deep thought. This world feels strangely familiar to him, but the humans here seem pathetic and boring. But surprisingly, after a great catastrophe, these weaklings actually survived, and, what's more interesting, is that no god helped them, and not even the almighty Archmage. So he suspects the humans must have some special trick up their sleeve. And if he has guessed correctly, the Archmage has already noticed and plans to claim this world as his personal playground. He vows not to let that happen. Back in the trial realm, Shixian crawls out after clearing 14 floors, looking like he just lost a fight against life itself. However, the 15th floor is an absolute nightmare for him, as he's already died 100 times in it. The Holy Spirit takes pity on him and grants him a skill so he can finally clear it. The protagonist is back in another secret realm, one of the rare to inform their boss about the Archmage terrorizing them. Their leader, who has reached his limit, bravely takes action immediately, falling to his knees and begging our boy for mercy. Our hero, for a moment, wonders if this is some kind of mental attack, but the poor guy is genuinely broken. It turns out the Archmage has been tormenting him, so much that he's basically developed a phobia. Our hero didn't think it was possible to push a supposed lord of mental attacks into a real mental breakdown. After finishing things there, he leaves with a skill book for mages as a prize. It's not exactly amazing, but it allows teammates, within a certain range, to gain a resistance aura, with a small chance to restore energy whenever they use a skill. He absorbs it and unlocks a new skill through which he can now grant divine blessings to his followers and give them a nice power boost. While testing it out, he realizes he can not only see all his followers, but also choose different blessing methods and preview their effects. As he checks the options, he comes across something called trial achievements. According to Hanjin, these are special powers linked to deities, meant to awaken the hidden potential in their chosen people. Unlike normal blessings, the gods can bestow them on anyone they please, even if they aren't official followers. As the MC reviews the details, he notices something interesting in Mukui's status, a luck-based magic skill that, once developed, can increase the team's luck. Additionally, whenever she uses luck-based skills, the enemy defeated will have a higher drop rate for rare items. So basically, she's on her way to becoming a walking slot machine. However, Hanjin is confused because gods aren't supposed to be able to see achievements outside of their own profession. Our boy isn't even surprised at this point and figures it must be another mystery, courtesy of the system. He decides to leave that puzzle for later, because right now the priority is getting Mukui that luck-boosting skill. We fast forward to another secret realm and Mukui successfully pulls it off. The monsters run to their boss and cry about the attack, but their leader is too busy, crying his eyes out to care and, as expected, our boy leaves with yet another skill book. The class of Jean continues, and our boy is also in the class as she talks about the secret realm they explored last week, their first encounter with a divine being. For now, the 7 guilds, in all their wisdom, have decided to keep things under wraps and only reveal the details of the exploration. Jean, however, is convinced that with Arlita's experience, people will begin to contemplate the mysteries of the divine. But she also wants everyone to remember that humanity has defeated ridiculously powerful enemies on its own before. Our hero, on the other hand, is thinking that people should probably learn to rely on themselves instead of waiting for some divine being to come and save the day. After announcing a short break, Jean retreats and Shikyung takes the opportunity to pull the MC aside for a serious talk. They move to a quieter spot where Shikyung gets to know that our boy already knows about the trial achievement. That only means one thing: he must have gotten an achievement himself, but our hero doesn't care. Then, out of nowhere, the skill that the Holy Spirit recently granted Shikyung appears above his head. He starts to sweat nervously, but the MC wants him not to worry about it and to keep it, since it has no negative effects. It's not that he trusts Shikyung, but if the guy is willing to spill some information, he's not going to complain. At the Kangaroo Guild, the Holy Spirit has just finished watching the fight videos of our boy and is having an existential crisis. The so-called Almighty Archmage went ahead and exposed himself by attacking his realm. He just doesn't get it. Every move our boy makes leaves him more confused than before. Shikyung gives him an update and confirms that the protagonist is strong, but nothing impressive, because he doesn't use any reality-breaking, super-secret skills, just basic attacks. Even the gifts he gives to his friends are low quality in Shikyung's eyes. Our boy is far from the Holy Spirit's level, but there's still something about him that doesn't quite add up. There's a reason why he's so hard to figure out, and a reason why he hides his identity while doing everything he can to stand out. The Holy Spirit raises the theory that our hero must have gotten some divine relics from the Archmage, and that explains everything. His basic attacks are much stronger because the artifact is doing all the heavy lifting, and as for the reason for keeping people away when dealing with the parasitic demons, it's probably because getting rid of them requires a divine item, and he didn't want anyone to know he had one. For the Holy Spirit, this is the only logical explanation, and that the MC isn't strong on his own, he's just leveraging the power of a divine item. And if it's not the Archmage himself backing him, then it has to be some mysterious figure in the shadows, using our boy as the ultimate distraction. It's a shame the poor Holy Spirit doesn't realize he's playing right into his hands, from the very person he's so obsessed with. This was our hero's plan all along. Then, the protagonist, with his carefree nature, heads off to dinner, only to run into Shixian, is waiting for the perfect moment to strike when he's alone. So our boy heads to a secluded, secret realm, where he can fight without any unwanted interruptions. He's done everything he possibly can to prepare, so now all that's left is to hope for the best. The Holy Spirit, meanwhile, is still not sure if the MC is truly the all-powerful Archmage, and putting all his bets on Kylan's body seems like a foolish move, so he's come up with a backup plan. Instead of facing the MC directly, he keeps an eye on his friends and plans to use them. He knows one thing for sure. If the Archmage has a fatal flaw, it's his annoying tendency to actually care about people. He's so confident in his brilliant plan that he's convinced that by the time the MC realizes it, it'll be too late. Except the moment he tries to get to Rui, an undead would try something sneaky, so he talked to Han Jin and placed a forbidden spell. This spell warns and protects his friends in case of danger. He had wanted to test its effectiveness, and it seems to work perfectly. The Holy Spirit, just now realizing his genius plan has backfired spectacularly, decides to go into rage mode, even if it means sacrificing Kalen's body. He still thinks throwing punches will get him a win against the MC. Our hero, on the other hand, couldn't be less interested. To him, this so-called god is just an overrated nuisance, but, still, they both get ready to fight, one fueled by sheer desperation and the other simply annoyed that he has to deal with another cocky villain who doesn't know when to quit. Our boy unleashes a brutal attack on the Holy Spirit. Since it's his first time fighting in the dark world, he's not taking any chances, as it's better to go all out than to regret it later. Angie is also sure that the Holy Spirit is done for. He remembers the last time our hero went to the secret trial realm. The Holy Spirit also cast a forbidden spell on him back then, but the protagonist just chugged a healing potion and bounced back. What our boy didn't see coming this time was the Holy Spirit taking over Kalen's body to enter his world. Now he just hopes they can entertain him enough for him to level up a bit more. In the divine realm, known as the Glorious Monument, the Holy Spirit is completely losing his mind. Not only does the Archmage somehow wield a dark power stronger than even the 7 evil gods, but now the guy has forced him to retreat. He thinks about informing the other gods, but he realizes he's in bad shape, so instead of doing anything useful, he settles for screaming profanities into the void. Back at the Kangaroo Guild, Shu finally returns after what felt like ages in the hospital. Shixiang, who's walking with him, mentally debates whether or not to break the news about the Holy Spirit to Shu. Before he can decide, they notice that the secret trial realm has been completely sealed off. Shixiang immediately gives our hero an urgent update. Angie comes to the perfectly logical conclusion that the Holy Spirit completely cut himself off from this world. In other words, he rage quit. Shixiang is relieved that he didn't do anything to piss our boy off and silently thanks his lucky stars and, as predicted, our hero is also satisfied with his work and even wants him to reach out if he ever needs a favor. Considering who the MC is, that's basically a golden ticket. After that, our boy gathers his most trusted allies and friends, including Shixiang. He tells them, straight up, that their world is seriously lagging behind, like Stone Age levels of behind. If they don't start learning a few tricks from other worlds, they're just going to stay stuck. He's already managed to find some potion recipes from other places, but he's just getting started. A few days ago, after absorbing Arlita's fancy weapon, he unlocked some new memories. From them, he learned that there are 2 incredibly useful techniques, enhancement and enchantment, that could basically change the whole game. Currently, everyone just grabs whatever gear they can find and hopes it doesn't fall apart in the middle of a battle, which isn't exactly a winning strategy, but if they could customize their gear properly, they'd be unlocking a whole other level of battle skills. The problem is that the ingredients needed for these techniques are so rare people haven't even heard of them. Just as they're processing this, Old Feng steps away to take a call and gets a report about a mutant who's wreaking havoc in Shijiang City. Then, Old Feng arrives on the scene, gets the rundown, and decides to take a crack at him himself. He launches a fire attack at the guy, but nothing happens. He tries again, but still nothing. The mutant, on the other hand, starts going on about how his armor is made from some fancy metal, with incredible magic resistance. The moment Old Feng hears the name of the ingredient, he doesn't even pretend to keep fighting, and just bolts in the opposite direction, leaving the mutant standing there confused. Now, about our hero with the upgrade. Captain Shou and his squad are hanging out outside the building Old Feng just entered, and everyone's curious about what kind of circus is going on inside. Meanwhile, inside the building, the guy has been thoroughly thrashed. He's already admitted defeat, but that's not enough for our hero, and his crew strip him down just to inspect his armor and figure out what it's made of. The guy insists that his fancy, upgraded gear is soul-bound and useless to anyone else. Our boy doesn't care about that detail, though, he just wants to know where it came from. Under pressure from our hero's interrogation, the guy spills the beans. He was personally chosen by a demon lord, trained for years in a secret realm, and had access to mines. full of special ores that can enhance gear. Now, armed with this new information, the MC's team heads straight for the realm, only to find it requires a large party to enter. Old Feng points out that these realms are ridiculously tough and that the monsters inside aren't just strong, they're organized. Apparently, 5 orc tribes live there, all ruled by a great chief, and of course, if they want to take over, they'll have to take him down first. In the police van, just as the beaten-up guy is being hauled away, he suddenly, inside the realm, the MC's team walks right into the world's worst welcome mat, which turns out to be a massive magic barrier. The system informs them that they are now part of a battle royale, and the last one standing wins. Yue and Old Feng try to break the barrier, but of course, it won't budge. The orc leaders also show up, way too hyped for a fight. Just as things are about to become a total bloodbath, our hero steps in. The orc chief, Hargon, decides to give the protagonist a tour of the workshop, which turns out to be a hidden vault filled with rare ores. As the protagonist watches the blacksmith at work, Hargon, who's supposed to be the tribe's strongest warrior, is trying way too hard to play it cool. The other orcs are super confused. Their fearless leader is acting like a nervous boyfriend, meeting the in-laws for the first time. But Hargon still remembers the chaos our guy caused when he first showed up, so he's not about to mess around. Meanwhile, the MC is deep in thought. His own world doesn't have these kinds of amazing skills for crafting gear, and since orcs are a completely different race with their own unique talents, it's not something his people can just pick up. So he thinks, why not strike a business deal with them? Surprisingly, Hargon agrees instantly. The protagonist finds it so funny that he decides to spare him, and considering how little he trusts monsters, that's practically a huge compliment. Hargon then suggests sealing the deal with a blood contract, but the moment their hands touch, something unexpected happens. Hargon suddenly feels a divine energy flowing through him. It turns out one of our hero's hidden skills just activated, and now Hargon's eyes go wide as he thinks the protagonist is one of the legendary 7 demon gods. Our boy is just standing there, stunned that he's been labeled some evil god just from a simple handshake. But Hargon is completely convinced that maybe the gods are now into craftsmanship. He suddenly kneels and starts talking about how a mysterious god once saved him, and that's how he became the leader. The MC is completely lost, having no idea why this orc is treating him like a divine figure. He's mostly just relieved that no one from the outside world is witnessing this ridiculous scene. To put an end to it, he gives Hargon a stern warning to keep his mouth shut about this whole god business. With that, the deal is sealed. Since crafting awesome weapons takes time, Hargon suggests throwing a party while they wait, and so humans and orcs share drinks and have fun like old friends. Old Man Feng watches all this in disbelief, as he never thought he'd live to see humans and monsters as if he's leveled up in real life. Hargon also tries it out and feels like he's regained his former strength, but just when everyone is enjoying the good vibes, our hero starts hearing a strange voice in his head. The MC finds the voice not only annoying, but it's also giving him a headache. When he finally bothers to check, he's met with the image of evil Ash, one of the legendary 7 demon gods. Ash starts bragging, but our boy remembers something Han Jin once mentioned, that during the epic battle between the 12 main gods and the 7 demon gods, Ash was the one the protagonist personally sent packing. That little revelation does wonders for the temperament of Ash. He flies into a rage and starts throwing a tantrum. Our hero, however, is too busy to be impressed. A system notification pops up, and as he shifts his focus to check it, Ash goes crazy from being ignored. But the moment the protagonist shoots him a death glare, Ash suddenly discovers the lost art of shutting up. Our boy finally gets some peace, and he checks the task details and notices something about divine integration. Meanwhile, in the divine realm, the Holy Spirit is at the Monument of Glory when he receives news that 2 gods have arrived, claiming to have cracked the code of divine integration. Requiem of Souls and Eternal Morningstar make their entrance, and, looking at the Holy Spirit, they probably wonder if he's been skipping his divine vitamins. Eternal Morningstar shows off a new power, and the Holy Spirit recognizes it immediately, as it gives off the aura of an evil god. She has started to merge with the divine energy of the 7 demon gods. It's still a work in progress, but she already has better control over the universal laws and even a helpful dose of dark power. Her theory is proving correct, and full integration will take time. If these 2 figured it out, that means the Archmage probably has too, and knowing him, he's already taken Ash's divine power and handed it over to someone. The Holy Spirit then makes the swift decision that if the Archmage doesn't join his side, then he's going to be eliminated with no ifs, ands, or buts. The MC finally reached level 90 yesterday, and was ready to dive into his third transformation mission, but as expected, things don't go as smoothly as he planned. The mission is simple, yet not at the same time. He has to enter a secret realm, grab some transmutation stones and stuff, and do it all in just 15 days. Except the plot twist is that the entrance to the realm mysteriously disappeared a few days ago. As they approach the entrance, Han Jin starts to get a bad feeling. He suspects it might be the start of a demonic tide, as some secret realms tend to hibernate after absorbing too much energy, and when they wake up, they're stronger, angrier, and ready to make life miserable for everyone. The longer the nap, the worse the tantrum. Our boy isn't exactly thrilled that the entrance is disappearing when he's on a tight deadline, but instead of panicking, he decides to inform everyone about the potential demonic tide. A girl who had just handed him a cup of tea is stunned that the words of this calm tea drinker are being taken seriously. He's even declared it to the commander, experts are lining up to support him, and the leaders of the most important guilds are running around, start pouring out. Inside the realm, the monster boss senses evil energy and is trying to open the rift even faster. Back in the city, the guards are yelling for civilians to run, and the monsters are so excited that they're even betting on who can cause the most chaos. But before they can even lift a claw, our hero shows up and stops them in their tracks. For him, this isn't a crisis, but an ideal opportunity to loot. The elite fighters from the top 7 guilds are giving it their all. These are some of the strongest human adventurers out there, at least in theory. But when they find themselves facing real monsters, they still look like helpless lambs thrown into a den of hungry wolves. They fight with everything they've got and have watched their comrades fall, one after another. But then our boy and his team arrive, basically treating the battlefield like a warm-up session. Watching them crush monsters left and right suddenly sparks a fire in the cunning leaders. The one in charge had a limited batch of high-end potions and upgraded gear, so he distributed them among the elites, and now, seeing them fight with passion, he pats himself on the back for making the right call. Yube, on the other hand, decides to kill a wyvern that no one had noticed, using a slick skill that allows him to take out enemies even without seeing them. Our hero is pleased watching the chaos. A battlefield this messy is basically a free-for-all opportunity for his team to show off their skills. The monsters are losing it because, obviously, they were told they were blessed by the evil Ash, and now their attacks are being blocked. Their boss realizes this isn't going according to plan and starts giving desperate orders through telepathy. No one else can understand it, but the main character is tuned in like it's a live podcast. The monster boss wants his minions to kill the humans quickly and offer them to Evil Ash as some kind of twisted gift, but Evil Ash is not amused. In fact, he's so fed up with their nonsense that he wants to kill them personally. Our boy finds this absolutely delightful. The monster boss slowly starts to realize that his god thinks they're all a bunch. The monsters are repelled, the battlefield is cleared, and everyone gets their little goodie bag of rewards. Our hero, of course, hits the jackpot, decides to focus on his third transformation task. He enters the secret realm where the monster boss and his faithful sidekick still think they have a chance just because our boy is alone. They start hatching a plan to defeat him, while the monster boss wonders why his supposedly all-powerful god, Evil Ash, decided to abandon them. He then touches the altar, hoping to receive divine help. But instead, Ash decides to betray them and tells our hero about their plan. Seconds later, our hero sneaks up from behind and terrifies the poor monsters, but he assures them he's only there for the emblem. Then, of course, a dark and sinister energy starts emanating from the altar. Ash suggests that our boy absorb it to become stronger, all while conveniently leaving out the part where absorbing it also benefits him. The protagonist, on the other hand, is no fool. Instead of absorbing the power, he does the world a favor and destroys the altar. Ash quickly shuts up. Our hero, he thinks that if these altars are so suspicious, it's better to just destroy them. Meanwhile, the Holy Spirit is busy trying to merge one of the demon god's powers, specifically the divine authority of madness and filth, using the method of the eternal morning star. Of course, everything goes terribly wrong. Morningstar explains that these dark powers come from monster sacrifices and are hard to control, because the demon gods keep trying to break free and losing control is totally normal. However, the Holy Spirit is stubborn and thinks that if the protagonist can do it, so can he. Back to our guy, who just finished his third transformation. Now, with his new and improved abilities, he can open temporary portals to other worlds through the secret realms of his followers, at the cost of the dark power that comes from these followers' sacrifices. He then opens a portal and decides to see what kind of world awaits him. On the other side, the monster boss tries to be friendly and offers to team up with our hero, but our guy instructs him to guard the gate and keep out any unwanted guests. With that settled, he steps through the portal into a whole new world, taking a brief moment to admire the view. Then, he wastes no time in pulling out the skill book he got during the demonic tide, and gets to work. He absorbs the book and gains the power to create and control illusions so realistic that ordinary people won't be able to tell they're fake. Now that he's acquired a useful skill, he starts looking for a good place to plan his next move. His eyes land on a city in the distance, and he heads straight for it. He keeps a low profile, hiding his identity, and, conveniently, he understands the local language. As he walks, he sees a temple dedicated to the eternal morning star, a god associated with support classes. He finds it interesting, but of course, he doesn't want to draw attention to himself. So, no temple visits for him. Elsewhere, a group of people emerges from a secret realm and proudly holds a rare staff. The staff's design is so unique that Han Jin shares that it's something made by someone with the divine lineage, our guy. So, our guy starts asking about the staff. He learns from the locals that it's called Sasida's Shame, a powerful artifact from a secret realm. Sasida, the former boss of the realm, once served an evil god, but was subdued by the Divine Lord and imprisoned. The protagonist decides he wants that staff. The locals laugh, saying the only way to get it is by hiring them as guides and paying with the local currency. Now, our hero's next challenge is to figure out how to get his hands on some of that money. Using the currency from his world, the protagonist gives it to the locals. Thanks to the illusion skill he recently mastered, it looks like real money. To his surprise, the locals completely fall for it. Convinced they've got it all figured out, they start leading him toward the secret realm thinking they're going to play the part of helpful guides, but in reality, they're not playing the hero here. Instead, these brilliant geniuses are just setting the stage to accidentally send him straight into danger. This way, they can swoop in to rescue him and score some extra gold. He not only disappears, but he also takes the money with him. He's somewhere else inside the secret realm. Han Jin suddenly has a flashback and is sure this place is Sasida's territory. It used to be called the City of the Dead, but people eventually renamed it to something more marketable. Han Jin knows the place, so he confidently guides our hero to Sasida's favorite spot, which is her personal library. But instead of a warm welcome, Sasida greets them with an attack. Han Jin gets angry and starts arguing with her when he snaps out of it, seeing our guy. He then realizes it must be the illusion. Our hero drops it, and finally, Sasida returns to normal. Well, sort of. She calms down for a second, but as soon as she sees Han Jin again, Sasida gets angry all over again. Has been calling Han Jin by a nickname, and not the cute, affectionate kind, but more like the kind you'd want to bury and never hear again. Han Jin ignores the insult and tells her that their lord, God, who is our hero, has lost all his memory. Upon hearing that, Sasida is ready to return to the MC, but she's sealed inside the realm by the eternal morning star. She asks our hero for help, and although our guy really wants to rescue her, he's not sure if the copy and paste method he used for Han Jin will work here, but surprisingly, Sasida is all for it and places her faith in the MC. Since the realm belongs to a god and time is running out, our guy pulls out his sword and stabs her. But the moment things start working, the locals who accompanied our hero are forcefully transported out of the realm. The people outside notice that the seal inside the realm has been activated, and immediately, they start calling for help. Inside, things heat up as a magic circle kicks into action. Sasida urges the MC to leave first, but our hero notices something is wrong, as she hasn't formed into an artifact yet, which means the rescue operation is still a bust. Soon, the guards and locals show up and start mocking our guy for getting trapped by the almighty goddess. Sasida feels bad for dragging him into this mess, but the protagonist still has one last trick up his sleeve. The only downside is that if he fails, Sasida and the entire realm might disappear forever. But Sasida doesn't even bat an eye, because serving our hero is her purpose in life, and she fully trusts him. So, our guy brings out the big guns and summons a windstorm, strong enough to corrupt even pure light, and surprisingly, it works. Sasida's soul is successfully transferred into a staff. After a long time, the MC finally appears and gives Jargon, who has been waiting patiently, the signal that he's free to go. With that, Jargon closes the portal. Our guy can't help but feel a bit disappointed, because due to some strict rules, he can't take any of the cool stuff from the high-level world back to his lower-level world. If it weren't for those pesky restrictions, he would have happily smuggled a suitcase or two of loot, shiny loot, but luckily, artifacts don't care about red tape, so Sasida made it through disguised as a staff. Now our hero has a new side quest, to go hunt for a world's heart to bring her back to life. Meanwhile, in her fancy temple, the eternal morning star learns about the disaster that went down. Not only did she sense a dark and creepy power, but it also had the audacity to break the seal she herself created. Her minions, of course, have no clue who or what got in, and she's losing her divine patience. She scolds them for not even pretending to investigate, but honestly, the poor souls can't do much when the entire secret realm was just wiped from existence. Back on the mortal side, our guy returns to the training base, finds a quiet room, goes inside, and takes out the shiny key he got from surviving the demonic tide. After fiddling with it for a bit, he realizes the key holds incredible power and can actually rebuild the secret realms that were destroyed. On the other side, the Morning Star, Eternal, is having a total meltdown in her divine realm. The seal she herself set for her proud magical masterpiece is gone, and now she's wondering if a demon god is behind this. It's been centuries since she felt this kind of anxiety, and that was during her epic fight with the legendary Archmage. Just thinking about it gives her the chills. Then she remembers Susida's seal, and suddenly, everything starts to click, and she's about to declare a god-level emergency. She calls for the Requiem of Souls because she thinks the omnipotent Archmage might have returned. The Requiem of Souls assures her that the Archmage is a total coward who has always only thought of himself. Even if he has returned with his little fan club, he won't be much of a threat. And she herself mentioned that the whole seal-breaking thing was caused by some dark and forbidden spell, so it suggests they should investigate, before panicking. After some pointless back and forth, she finally decides to chill out a bit. They also discuss the Holy Spirit, who is apparently still locked up and is busy working on his divine transformation. The protagonist, meanwhile, is doing his own thing and successfully resurrects Susida's domain to Hanjin's delight. He also assures Hanjin that he will restore his world, which makes Hanjin excited, thinking about how much he misses his hometown. Our hero can't help but feel that it's been a pretty rewarding journey for him. Besides the Susida incident, he's leveled up a lot and is now ready for his fourth transformation. Of course, this whole attracting the gods' attention thing wasn't exactly on his bucket list, so now he has to be more vigilant than ever. Just then, a brand new transformation mission appears. It's the same depressing place he visited before, filled with endless crying, but this time his target isn't the boss monster, it's the hidden boss monster. Our boy walks straight into the secret realm, and there he meets the monster boss, who has the audacity to challenge him. The monsters are busy reporting to the boss about the protagonist's latest attack, and their boss is in total panic mode because, obviously, he knows he stands no chance against our guy. But the hidden monster boss assures the monster boss that he has an ultimate trick up his sleeve, a move that drastically reduces someone's intelligence. Their plan is to distract our hero with the boss while he attacks, and, once the protagonist's mental strength drops, he will torment him. Fast forward to the present, while the boss monster is desperately holding our guy's attention, the hidden boss monster casts his spell on him and, guess what? Our hero was prepared. He had already cast a counterspell to resist mental attacks and even amplify them, an ability he originally saved for the Holy Spirit. So, instead of hitting the protagonist, the hidden boss is thrown back by his own mental spell. Now the boss monster is even more panicked, because that proves that, whether the hidden boss is present or not, our guy is just bullying him at every turn. Making the most of the situation, our hero lands another blow on the boss monster and earns the mental emblem. As everyone's power grows, the drop rate for these emblems becomes clearer, and now one has to defeat an especially tough hidden boss just to have a 1% chance of getting one. It's a challenge, but the MC feels relieved because this means others can start to stand on their own 2 feet instead of always relying on him. Then, our guy remembers to check with the trading center about the transformation stones. Tang apologizes because they're still in short supply and struggling to prepare more. Our hero isn't surprised, as these stones are already super rare, and he recently requested some for a mission, so he knows they can't be gathered overnight. With plenty of time on his hands, he decides to head back to the training camp for now. Back at the camp, the atmosphere is lively. He runs into the top elites from the battle against the demonic tide. Just then, Looping shows up, with the news that the higher-ups have decided to extend the camp's duration. Now everyone is buzzing with excitement, because they'll get to see the MC more often, and are eager for his guidance. In the midst of all the commotion, Yuchen rushes through the crowd, as she's in a hurry to talk to our guy. Yuchen informs him that the transformation stones that were specifically prepared for him were stolen. The protagonist demands to know the identity of the genius behind this feat. Flashback to a few hours ago, Tang has just finished arranging the transformation stones for our hero. He tells his guy to go deliver them, But, of course, peace is never an option. Suddenly, a creepy, dark energy appears. Tang is captured, and a bunch of shadowy creatures pounce and take down his assistant, and then Chen Guisheng arrives. Now, Guisheng isn't just any random thug. He's the eldest son of the Shen Wei trading house and, basically, he's a rich kid with a bad temper. In high school, he and Yuchen were classmates in the super genius group, except that Guisheng had a little problem. He liked to use his fists too much, so he was expelled from the college entrance exam for hurting someone. Then, his family sent him abroad to cool off, and, clearly, that anger management vacation didn't work for him. Guisheng checks the stones, and then demands to know who they are for. Tang wants him to back off, as they are for an important client. Yishan, with his typical rich kid behavior, ignores him, takes the whole box, and tells Tang to give his client his address to pick up the stones. Tang tries to protest, but honestly, a guy like him can't do anything against a walking tantrum. Back in the present, our boy knows that Shen Wei and Wan Cheng are basically corporate enemies, so he wonders if this is just a business rivalry or Yishan throwing a tantrum. Yuchen explains that they tried to send people to get the stones back, but Yushin threw them out. They didn't want to bother the MC at first, but now he offers to handle it himself so our boy doesn't have to waste time on some random kid throwing a tantrum. Angie thinks the same, as she's confident that Duan can take care of this little matter. Besides, Momo is with him too. In the reception room of their mall, Yishin and his uncle are having a not-so-casual heart-to-heart conversation. Well, it's more like the uncle panicking and Yishin being his typical arrogant self. The uncle is stressed out because his dear nephew just brought the transformation stones from Wan Cheng's mall, but Yishin isn't worried in the slightest and calls it a friendly lesson for their business rivals. Now, the uncle is no stranger to Yishin's antics. He's been a spoiled little hurricane since he could walk, causing trouble everywhere. The really surprising thing is that the moment he returned from abroad, instead of calming down, he dove headfirst into trouble. What has the uncle biting his nails now is that Wan Cheng has been buddying up with the 7 major guilds lately. If they decide to complain, they won't just be knocking on the doors, they'll be kicking them down. But Yishen is completely unfazed, basically thinking those major guilds are just a bunch of clowns and only trusts in the gods. Then, Yishen proudly points to his master who was just in the corner, chugging bottles of wine one after another. This so-called legendary guy is apparently blessed by the Requiem of Souls and has one job: recruit followers and eliminate anyone who dares to say no. The uncle looks at this supposed holy man, and Yishin keeps talking, bragging that his uncle just doesn't understand true power. The uncle, at this point, decides to just stop caring before he gives himself a stroke. Just then, they get word that someone is at the door asking for the transformation stones. Yishin orders them to let the visitor wait. He's in the middle of a speech about how unstoppable his master is when the door is kicked open, and Dwayne walks in like he's here to collect rent. Dwayne then demands the stones. Yishin starts making a fuss about manners and respect, as Dwayne grabs him by the neck. Yishin thinks about his divine training and special gear, but clearly, all that holy guidance didn't come with reflex training, since he didn't even see Duan coming. After that, Duan sets his sights on Yishin's so-called master. The so-called master seems quite impressed with Duan, immediately assuming that Duan must be a loyal follower of the Holy Spirit. But when Duan denies it, the guy switches gears and decides that Duan must at least know the Holy Spirit's secret identity, and was probably hit by a miracle or two along the way. But, of course, this master has a fragile ego and doesn't like Duan's casual tone, so he tries to teach him a lesson by summoning his precious shadow guards. Right at that moment, Momo appears, and starts devouring the master's shadow army. Even after that, Momo isn't full, so Duan invites the master to go ahead and summon the rest of his forces. That's when the master starts to panic. He thought he'd taken a wrong turn into a low-level world where he could show off a bit and be worshipped. Instead, he's dealing with a soul-hungry beast and a guy who doesn't even bother to pretend to be scared. He gets desperate to escape and tries to make a run for it. But Momo reaches out and slaps him so hard that it probably knocked his IQ down a few points. The guy drops to his knees, losing a few teeth, and starts begging. Turns out this genius got there by accident, after stumbling through a spatial rift while exploring a secret realm. Duan had already heard about it from Hanjin. They're basically like magical trapdoors that let high-level people sneak into low-level parties. As for this whole plan of summoning a god, it was nothing noble. The guy just wanted to perform a flashy ritual, using the world's heart as bait, hoping some divine being would show up and give him a VIP pass to godhood. Duan then orders him to hand over the world's heart. Meanwhile, up in the divine realm, the Holy Spirit has finally finished syncing with his divine powers. The gods then talk about the Archmage, who has suddenly gone from a quiet old mage to a potential evil overlord. He used to mind his own business, but now he's stirring up trouble like it's his new hobby. However, the Soul Requiem has a good idea that could help them handle him, but he's not entirely sure about it. Instead of jumping in head first, the Soul Requiem decides to test his plan first, just to make sure it actually works. But the Holy Spirit finds his behavior a bit suspicious and thinks he must be up to something shady, so he decides to secretly watch him as they continue to talk. The topic shifts to the omnipotent Archmage, but the Soul Requiem doesn't seem too worried. He's confident that the Archmage on his own won't be a huge problem, especially since the power of belief from a lower-level world isn't strong enough to make a real impact. Besides, with other gods supporting the Blue Star world, there's no way he's leveling up to the next stage. And on top of that, the universe has its own set of cosmic rules that prevent a single god from becoming too powerful and throwing everything off balance. While all the drama is brewing up there, our hero is sitting calmly in the Shengwei shopping mall, like he owns the place. Yisheng and his so-called legendary master are on their knees in front of him, while he's too busy pampering Momo with head pats. He then gets some juicy gossip from Duan about the one-eyed master. It turns out the one-eyed master has made a surprise appearance in some hidden realm, tucked away in a small country called Riviera. The locals were so impressed that they made him a national hero and formed an entire adventurers alliance under his name. They then went to other countries, telling them to fall in line or else be eliminated, but their own country, fortunately or not, was excused. Duan figures the one-eyed guy came here to show off a bit. Anjun then shares that this guy keeps claiming he worships some other god. But the ritual he performed was actually to summon the MC, the omnipotent Archmage himself. Our hero asks him again, and the guy sticks to his story like a bad liar, until our boy gives him that look. Then he immediately breaks down and confesses that yes, alright, he was trying to summon the almighty Archmage. He even slips up and calls him the evil god, which earns him a death glare from Duan. The guy panics and starts babbling. Yisheng, who is kneeling beside him, just can't believe this side of his master. The MC tells the man he's listening. The guy shares that his name is Kunkabo and he belongs to some top-secret organization that only worships the Archmage, but since that's apparently a big no-no in their world, they pretend to follow other gods. Our hero asks about the big boss of their group, but of course, no one has ever seen the guy. Anjun thinks maybe it's one of our boy's former followers with too much time on their hands, or perhaps just some shady character with a god complex. In any case, the MC decides he's going to start collecting power through sacrifices the next time he opens a portal to another world. He's definitely going to go in and see what this cult is really up to. As for Cabo, he's still a fanboy of the Archmage, probably hoping he'll spare his life. Our hero finds him quite useful, since he has provided valuable information and, more importantly, thanks to him, our boy now has access to the world's heart, which means it's finally time to awaken Sasita. The protagonist finally manages to bring Sasita back safe and sound, and now she won't leave his side. But the moment she sees Han Jin, her mood instantly sours. She's mad at him for very valid reasons. Actually, the guy treats her library like his personal storage unit, borrowing books, never returning them, and rearranging everything just to mess with her OCD. She got fed up and banned him a long time ago, but he still has the audacity to suggest they all go to the library to chat. Cecilia finally snaps and kicks him, and yet, they somehow still end up going to the library. Once they get there, Han Jin starts complaining that she has but only because our boy is present, not for Han Jin at all. Meanwhile, our hero just prays the argument doesn't turn into a wrestling match right there among the bookshelves. Once the calm returns, he tells Sasita everything that's against the gods is basically asking for a defeat, and without any divine backing, the local adventurers are basically stuck. She mentions a guy who's practically a walking video game cheat, who basically owned an entire continent by himself, just to prove her point that numbers won't help if the power levels are miles apart, and if our boy jumps into a high-level world too often, other gods will notice and probably won't be sending him a fruit basket. The real issue is that cunning gods might secretly send fanatics disguised as adventurers to blow things up from the inside, because when gods treat their followers like disposable batteries, anything is possible. Our hero thinks that some gods probably see their people as cannon fodder. Then, Hanjin shares his brilliant theory that he recently realized the MC might have more than one divine trick up his sleeve. Apparently, some of the powers he wields come from two other gods who were killed during the Great Divine War: Shadow, the speedster, and Wishing Sage, the support guy. According to Han Jin, their divine sparks may have merged with the Archmages, which explains how our hero has pulled off some miracle-level feats lately, like surviving a forbidden spell that should have wiped him from existence or granting abilities that aren't his. So, in Hanjin's galaxy, brain conclusion, maybe killing more gods equals collecting more divine power. Meanwhile, the trio of gods, the Holy Spirit, Soul's Requiem, and the Eternal Morning Star, are feeling a bit uneasy, as they should, because whatever the protagonist is cooking up with his loyal companions is starting to smell like trouble. The almighty Archmage stands tall before the divine version of a VIP panel, including the Holy Spirit, the Eternal Morning Star, and Soul's Requiem, who declare that he's basically challenging the entire divine squad. They throw threats around, and warn him that if he doesn't quit his rebellious act, they'll demote him to a heretic god, but the Archmage isn't fazed at all. In fact, he seems almost flattered to have that title. In Sasita's library, the three are still busy chatting. If Hanjin's guess is correct, our boy could become the greatest god of all, like the final boss, the king of all gods kind of deal, and fix the mess in the universe. They also start wondering if that weird system that keeps popping up to help him is some kind of cosmic tech support. The protagonist remembers that after his fourth transformation, he unlocked a cool new ability to create his own divine realm. He thinks of it as a VIP area, just for gods, where they have total control. It's his personal power hub, shield, and ultimate flex. Sasita, of course, starts daydreaming about a fancy resort on a divine beach, with sparkling waves and a glowing tower, showing off our hero's divine status. And, well, our boy starts getting a little excited too, so he concentrates, activates the skill, and instead of a paradise, he gets something that looks like it was abandoned halfway through a horror movie. Dark, gloomy, and depressing enough to scare off even the bravest cockroach. He just looks at it and assumes that maybe his level is too low. Just then, Evil Ash wakes up and informs him that this garbage dump is his divine realm, and that it's just been out of commission for a while. Our hero is now having an existential crisis, unable to remember what happened, how he ended up like this, or where his divine beach view went. But he decides to explore this disaster. First, he heads towards a suspicious-looking temple, and feels something like a faint connection, tugging at his insides, which could be Evil Ash's influence, or it could be the bit of divine essence they now share. Unfortunately, the view is completely ruined by a combination of clouds and mountains. Just then, Hanji points out something moving in the clouds and, without wasting a second, the MC darts off in that direction. Right in front of them stands the imposing tower, a symbol of the Archmage's divine authority. Our boy wants to check it out, but the system blocks him, and updates that the divine realm's construction rules are still a mess, so the tower is more for show than function right now. Our hero starts to wonder if it's because he hasn't fully figured out how the Book of Divine Rules works yet. As they look around, they spot two more hidden towers. Sasita recalls some information from an old, dusty painting in her memory, and identifies them as belonging to the Swift Shadow Commander and the Sage of Desire. From the vibe of the place, our hero decides to leave those two for later, and head straight to Evil Ash's divine realm. He channels his power to activate the realm, and the system finally decides to be useful for once. It tells him he can use divine power to upgrade the realm and, as a bonus, anyone who dares to invade and dies in the process helps to increase his divine power. The MC decides to sit down and study it properly. Meanwhile, the King of Souls, chilling or has been quietly accumulating the remnants of his divine rules, which has done wonders for his strength. Now, he finally realizes that divine rules can actually be transferred. But of course, now all the gods are giving each other the side-eye, worried someone's going to steal their powers next. Still, the Soul Requiem feels a bit confident because he's got a new divine essence fusion thing going on and thinks the heretic god's power might be the golden ticket out of this divine mess. Then, just like our boy, he gets the system notification about the realm updates and decides to test the limits of the cosmic rules. In his mind, the Archmage, probably hiding out in the Blue Star world, living his best life and thinking he's untouchable, but Requiem isn't about to let him enjoy that peace for long. Our hero arrives at the training base and, shortly after, Dwayne shows up and reports that the mess at the trade center has been cleaned up, but our hero's mind isn't exactly on the job well done. He's got Cabo on his mind. He asks Duan to keep an eye on him just in case Cabo decides to cause more trouble. Duan, on the other hand, is a bit confused. Cabo isn't the creepy chaos maker he expected. Instead, the guy lit up like a kid meeting his favorite superhero the moment he saw our boy. Apparently, Cabo's story is a tragic one, according to which he was thrown into a new world and used by everyone. So naturally, he had to scare people to survive. Duan even had old Feng look into his past, and nothing suspicious came up. To top it all off, Cabo is now planning a dramatic redemption arc. He wants to publicly announce that he has changed thanks to the great and glorious Archmage, and assures Duan that this little PR stunt will save the Archmage's reputation. Our hero finally realizes that Cabo isn't dumb, he's just a very theatrical guy. Still, he's not buying the whole reformed follower act. He decides to wait and see, and definitely not to reveal his true identity. Then, Duan mentions that the Shengyue shopping center is hosting an apology banquet for the MC. They've also invited the people from Wanchen. Our boy figures he might as well go. At the hotel, he gets out of the car and is immediately greeted by Cabo. A couple of girls are there too, who thank our hero for saving the city. They swarm him, asking for autographs like he's a rock star and not the guy who casually fights monsters for fun. Cabo, on the other hand, is glaring at Gieson like he's ready to bury him, right there for insulting Lemsi earlier. Once inside, everyone gets comfortable at the dining table. Gieson and Cabo both give the classic apology speech. Gison's uncle even offers our guy shares in his prized transformation stone mines. Tan, not one to be left behind, offers our hero the exact same thing. The MC gets a little distracted as the offer catches his attention. The transformation stones will definitely be useful later on, and having his own supply isn't the worst idea. Cabo has researched the MC's past, and it doesn't take him long to realize he's far from ordinary. Duane treats him like some divine VIP who has just descended from the heavens for a limited time. A special appearance that alone sets off some alarms in Cabo's head. He starts wondering if this guy is secretly on the Archmage's payroll. And then there's Momo, who keeps shooting Cabo a look as if his very existence personally offends her. Cabo then gets down to business and starts talking about how he's been running around, trying to rally the nearby nations to fight against the demonic invasions, except the nations have like zero fighting power. Duan told us that Cabo is the go-to guy for clearing out secret realms that are too dangerous for others. These realms are actually treasure chests in disguise, so naturally, Cabo walked away with rewards and public praise. His name is spreading fast, which is great for our hero. The more attention Cabo gets, the more support and influence he can gain. So, of course, he agrees to join the team. He then demands that Cabo explain how he ended up in their world. Cabo starts telling them about his little adventure, where he was exploring some secret realms and, suddenly, he was sucked into one of those super rare spatial rifts, the kind that only happen once every 100 years. Just thinking about it still gives him the chills, because time and space were all over the place in there and, somehow, by some miracle, he managed to escape with his life. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, a portal randomly decides to open up, and the locals are just staring at it. Back at the training base, our guy has some new toys, those being the guild leaders and Chillin, who are lined up for what they think is a regular training session. They arrive all confident, but the moment the training starts, they understand why it's called diabolical and even try to team up. To be fair, these guys have decent coordination, he admits. Then the system pops up and informs them that when scholars and priests team up, their defense levels increase. The same goes for the assassins, after being endlessly tortured. Under the pretext of training, the elites are even more exhausted than Yue's team. Our guy watches them struggle through it, and suddenly, things start to click in his head. The system decides to chime in and let him know that he has indeed just leveled up in his understanding of the whole cosmic rules thing. The next day, old man Feng bumps into Jin Shun and greets him with a solid jab about his worn-out appearance. They then go find Xian Yan, who has clearly been doing her homework. She has organized several teams to run experiments and ended up discovering some new tricks in the area of team domains. She figured out the new effects linked to team domains. And it's not just high-level people who trigger them. Agile types, mages, and support classes are leading the charge. Apparently, it's less about brute force and more about team chemistry, so even rookie adventurers could perform above their capabilities, if they know how to work together. Our guy, on the other hand, feels like his mental processor is lagging. Things he used to understand quickly are now taking a bit longer to click, which is annoying. That's when Duane shows up and gives an update that Cabo has reported a space-time turbulence. Our hero, through his phone screen, sees something suspicious trying to break through. He later meets up with Cabo, who shares that the coordinates are set and they're ready to go, the MC. He gets ready to leave, but Cabo isn't thrilled and suggests taking Momo, but our boy knows very well that bringing the whole team into a potential deadly mess won't help much, so a small, reliable team is enough for him. The moment they land in the state, the drama is already waiting. Our boy is greeted by Lilith, who was Cabo's emotionally volatile student, in the middle of a sob. and right next to her is her father Andro, also known as the renowned local governor, who is trying to keep her from falling apart. He then points to the area where the strange disturbance occurred, which swallowed an entire city in seconds and turned it into a space that looks like a secret realm. It didn't spare the residents either, turning them into monsters much stronger than anyone would want to face. They sent a bunch of battle teams to stop it, but they failed. Lilith's own team didn't make it either, and she only escaped because of Cabo's training. And Shen, who has always known Lilith as a super strong and unshakable person, is totally shocked to see her so distraught. Lily, now calm enough to speak, explains that not only are the monsters inside the realm super powerful, but the realm itself is temporary. To win, they need to complete 2 routes that are somehow mirror images of each other, but are not connected. On top of that, they have a strict time limit. Cabo thinks it's a great idea to use 2 teams to clear both routes at the same time, but Lilith points out that they're having a hard time gathering 1 skilled team, let alone 2. However, the MC with his usual confidence suggests that Cabo could lead 1 team and he'll handle the other route himself. Hearing that, everyone is stunned, especially Lilith, but our hero remains calm and serene, as if he's not about to be crushed by some terrifying monsters. They then arrive at the realm, and the time limit turns out to be only 2 hours. The MC takes the right path while leaving the left one to Cabo. Cabo isn't very sure if our boy can handle it on his own, since he's never seen him fight. But then he remembers that time when Momo took out all of Cabo's shadow guards. Lilith overhears this and is basically in shock. She knows how strong Cabo's shadow guards are, so hearing that our hero's pet can defeat them all leaves